Good morning and welcome to City Hall. We'll get started with the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Reverend Tom Jones is here to lead us in the invocation. Afterwards, I'll ask Councilwoman Meg Salyer if she'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would everyone please stand?
Would you bow your heads, please? Lord, we just thank you today for the great things, God, that are taking place in our fine city. We thank you for the creativity, God, that is flowing all around, Lord. And in a time nationally when economically it seems like none of this should be going on, Lord, our leaders have followed your direction, God, and have continued to move forward with the development of Oklahoma City. Lord, I pray today, God, that as this creativity is flowing so greatly, Lord, that you would allow the discernment, Lord, amongst these leaders, God, as they have been placed in this position, God, by you, Lord, that they would be able to have the discernment to know what is best for this city. Lord, lots of times we have our personal agendas and many people speaking into us, but Lord, this team is set in place to give direction for the betterment of this city, Lord. And we just pray today, God, that your peace, Lord, would cover this meeting and meetings to come, Lord, as we follow after you as what you would have for our city. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Call the meeting to order. Item 3A is a report on chamber activities from Roy Williams, President and CEO of the Greater Oklahoma City Chamber. Roy?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good morning. Mr. City Manager, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I'll be brief this morning. I have about 4 things I want to mention to you. 3 are very quick. The last one, I have a few PowerPoint slides. I want to share some information with you, so I'll get on with it. First is, coming up next week, July 25th through 26th, is our 7th intercity visit. A number of the council members and mayor are going to be going with us. We're going to Minneapolis. I would warn you that this past week, Minneapolis set the highest heat index record in the nation, so it could be very warm up there, 124. So we think it's warm here. It's a little more warm up there. We chose Minneapolis, though, for some very specific reasons. One being their very successful regional transit implementation. That's obviously a priority of what's going on here. A second is their ongoing education reform initiatives. Minnesota has always been a leader in education reform, so we want to see that. And then as well, we're going to explore their theater complex, their park development. They've done some very extensive park development, and then also their overall downtown development. So we have about a full 24 hours, a little more than that, downtime on the city, and we'll spend every bit of it looking at the city. As an outgrowth, too, of the U.S. Conference of Mayors that we had here, we will be hosting 2 other cities this fall doing intercity visits here, those being Shreveport and Albuquerque. So we continue to get a number of those mayors and the leadership from those communities. Second thing I wanted to mention, most of you know about this, is the Outlet Mall, which opens August the 5th. That was a joint project of the city and the chamber in recruiting that particular project. The real success story behind that is that it's 100% leased, and not even Horizon thought this facility would be 100% leased when it was going to be open. So it's exceeded their expectations before it's even open. And since it's the only outlet center in the state, this is truly going to be a regional economic as well as tourism draw. Third thing I wanted to mention is Air Inc. out at Will Rogers Airport has scheduled a ribbon cutting for their 2nd hangar. We've been working on this project for over 2 years now. And we anticipate in excess of 100 new aviation, aerospace, maintenance, repair, overhaul kinds of jobs out there as well. The last thing I wanted to mention to you, and you have this in front of you, is this campaign we're calling the West Coast Campaign, and just a little bit of background about this. Being in the economic development business in a number of fronts, whether it's business retention, recruitment, entrepreneurship, visitor convention business, et cetera, one of the biggest issues we face in being successful is the image of Oklahoma City, the image of Oklahoma. Sometimes it's a non-image, and sometimes it's a negative image. As a result, we did a bunch of surveying, and I'm going to share this with you, to find out at 3 different levels: site location consultants, the C-suite, meaning CEOs, CFOs, COOs, and the third being employees of major companies around the country, to get a sense of what do they think about Oklahoma City and how does that impact our business. So I want to share just a little bit of that with you. We did some perception benchmarking. These are the 5 cities that we tend to compete with more frequently than other cities as it relates to either relocations of companies or expansions, whether it's headquarters, manufacturing, distribution, office, back office, warehousing, or whatever. So it was those markets that we used as perception benchmarks. This shows our competitive position. And let me explain this to you a little bit because it may not mean much to you. But here's those 3 different audiences again. About 2 years ago, we did a very focused marketing effort to site selectors about image. And that's a relatively small group of people, several hundred nationally, consultants. So you can easily identify who these people are and communicate with them. A large number of them we actually brought to Oklahoma City. Another large number have already done projects here, so they had familiarity. We took the site selectors from being negative on Oklahoma City to being positive on Oklahoma City through this very intense marketing campaign. But what we continued to see through our surveying is that senior management still has the C-suite people, still has a relatively negative image about us compared to these major competitors, as well as the employees of those companies. This is some more data, too, about when we surveyed them, asking them, why would you not move to Oklahoma City? In other words, what were those issues that kind of jumped up in front of you and said, no, we're not even going to consider coming to your community? And I could spend a half an hour on this slide alone, but I won't. But in essence, you're seeing groupings kind of what the major issues are by the site selectors, which would keep us from getting in a project, by senior management who would tell the site selectors, take them out, we don't even want to consider them, and then by employees who might be asked to relocate. What are the key issues to them, too? This is just kind of more analysis. There's some good news and bad news here among senior management. You'll see a change over a 3-year period. The far right means really very negative. The far left is positive. Those numbers went down a little bit on the negative. They didn't necessarily, though, go up on the positive. But if you have to have news, it's better having this news than bad news. But still, huge gaps, still very troublesome and worrisome to us. So here was our plan, and really this is a test. We decided, after some pretty extensive research, that we would test the West Coast, and we would do it through the Wall Street Journal, because the Wall Street Journal is viewed still as the C-suite means of communication. And that tells you where the West Coast edition of the Wall Street Journal is. So we developed a series of ads, I'll show those to you, to run 3 ads a week, some weeks only 2 ads, and alternated them for 17 weeks. These are quarter-page, full-color ads in the Wall Street Journal. If any of you read the Wall Street Journal here, you'll never see them because we're not on the West Coast edition, so they were in those. So we started that campaign, just to give you a kind of sampling of what these ads look like. Here's a couple of them. Here's one on incentives. One is on the list of accolades that we've gotten from many, many national publications. We were named #1 place to launch business, so we tried to use third-party verification in all of this stuff. Obviously, the Thunder and the timing was very good at this because of the playoffs. Again, more accolades by other organizations, by other entities. The cost of living here being a really, really big factor. Clean air, we were the largest U.S. metro in compliance with federal standards. The whole deal about rowing being an Olympic training center. And again, more A-list acclaims, other third parties, comments about what's going on here. Being named the top tech U.S. city. Then obviously focusing on energy and the announcement of energy companies that have come here. And again, there were a lot more ads than that. But the call to action in every one of these ads was down there on the bottom. And right in the middle of this, you see what that is. And that is go to greateroklahomacity.tv, greaterokc.tv. If they go there, this is what they see on the next page. And in essence, what that is, that .tv, is a resource that has over 1,000 videos on it of individuals in Oklahoma City talking about all of those items on the left-hand side over there. You can click on any of those. It brings you multiple things to choose from, and then there is individuals who are doing video clips on all of that. And if you have not seen it, I encourage you to go to it. It is a phenomenal website. We've gotten, I don't know how many calls and emails from individuals on the West Coast who have seen this and said, phenomenal. The other thing in this is Velocity, the digital magazine. That's a second thing we did that you can access from the .tv. The digital magazine, like any digital magazine, has a lot of information. I think it's nearly 60 pages. Again, it uses third-party stories and verification. It has a lot of information in it. It talks about cost of living, housing costs, quality of life, and comparisons to other metropolitan areas, ratings that we have received, much like the ads, only in a whole lot more detail. It also talks about being able to have more disposable income here and what you can do with that disposable income, other quality of life amenities in the community, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We also are on, you can see on the right, middle right, we're also on Market Watch, a product of the Wall Street Journal, so we're advertising on that, and we're also on Small Business, you can see on the bottom right. So we have a presence on a lot of the Wall Street Journal products that they have out there in the marketplace. We began this campaign in late March. It concluded last week. The campaign is now over. We pre-tested the West Coast audience before we started this, CEOs, site location consultants, employees. We began our post-testing last week. It will probably take us another 2 weeks to analyze all of the data that's coming in, and those analytics from the online campaign will all be evaluated to see whether or not we made a difference, because we don't know. And if we did make a difference, we have to think about, well, where do we go from here? What are we going to do? We're moving forward right now in the next issue of the Velocity magazine. The reason we are, whether or not this was successful or not, what we found is companies are really using Velocity in relocation, in recruiting employees, because it has a tremendous amount of information, demographics, economics on it. And so we want to continue to provide those resources whether or not we move forward on any expansion of this marketing campaign. So, Mayor, that concludes what I wanted to share with the council this morning. Be glad to answer any questions if I can.
Appreciate it very much. Questions?
Absolutely. Thank you.
We're on to item 3B of the council agenda. This is a couple of appointments to the Historical Preservation Commission. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 4 is the Journal of Council Proceedings. Item 4A is to receive the Journal of Council Proceedings for July 5th and 12th. Then item 4B is to approve the Journal of Council Proceedings for June 21st. Comments or questions on the Journal? All right, cast your votes. Passed unanimously. And item 5 is request for uncontested continuances.
Mayor, several this morning on dilapidated and unsecured, starting on page 17, under item 8G1, item C, 2304, East Madison. We ask that that be stricken. The owner is removed. Item D, 3306, South Quapaw. We ask that that be stricken to rework due to forfeiture action filed by U.S. Attorney's Office. Moving on to item 8H1, item E, 8911 Inman Drive. We ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Item I, 2320 South St. Clair. We ask that that be stricken. That's now occupied. Item L, 5512 Southwestern. We ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Moving to page 18, under item S, 2347 Northwest 16th Street. We ask that that be stricken. The owner secured. Item W, 2632 Southwest 25th. We ask that that be stricken. It's occupied. Item AA, 416 Southeast 47th. We ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. And item B, 1014 Northwest 89th Street. We ask that that be stricken to rework as dilapidated.
Any other requests for uncontested continuances? All right, we'll recess the council meeting, convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority. There are 6 items.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a brief presentation scheduled this morning by Craig Freeman on item D, which is on the budget for the PPA.
All right. Good morning, Craig.
Or the MFA, excuse me.
Thank you. The MFA, when we look at the MFA budget, basically most of what is in the MFA budget, and you'll see as we go through a couple of slides here, really is already approved within other city budgets or trust budgets. So most of what we see has been approved by the council already, but the MFA is used as a mechanism to help us manage several different programs, including the health insurance program, workers' compensation, property and liability, as well as some advanced A&E and other projects to help support the GO bond program. It does allow us an opportunity to either use debt in situations where we need to, or also to provide for multi-year contracts. When you look at the slides on the actual revenues that we receive, you see the insurance contributions. That is actually processed through our payroll system, and it pulls in the contributions from both employees and the employer. If you look to the right, you see 20% of the funds come from transfers from other funds. Between the contributions and insurance and the transfers from other funds, the city funds represent about 70% of the MFA budget. So funds are already approved within city funds, but then it's transferred into the MFA for managing these various programs. You can see we're using about 7.9% of the revenues or the funding sources coming from fund balance. On the expenditures, again, health insurance is 63%. The risk management, we'll look at a couple of these in a little bit more detail and look at some of the information, but about 20% is risk management. The largest portion of that is workers' compensation. Information technology contracts, where we manage our internet contracts, telephone contracts, support for emergency management is included here. And then the advanced capital funding, and most of that is going to be architectural and engineering costs that allow us to make preparation on GO bond programs, on the GO bond program. The health insurance fund, in total it's about $49 million. Includes funding and reserves for health insurance programs, which would be our health insurance, life insurance, dental insurance, and the employee assistance program. And that is managed all through the MFA. Again, those are transferred through our payroll system, and it draws out the employee's portion of what they're paying in for their health insurance, as well as the employer's contribution. In risk management, we have the total budget is $15 million. That includes workers' compensation, property and liability, and we also have unemployment as a small portion. Now, the largest portion of this is workers' compensation. And within workers' compensation, we also use that. The MFA allows us to be able to build reserves, and we've been building those reserves over the past several years to address reserves that we need for injuries that have already occurred. So payments we're going to make in the future, injuries that have already occurred, and we build those reserves. And in total right now with the risk management fund, workers' compensation reserves are about $18 million. And so we're nearing the goal that we have. It's one of our strategic priorities in terms of trying to address long-term liabilities. Property and liability, you notice if you look at the budget, has gone up significantly, and one of the reasons for that is the hailstorms and the tornadoes and all that we had last year, damage we had to city facilities, that we're still in the process of getting insurance reimbursements and getting some of those repairs made. And so it went up significantly. Also, we've had to increase the amount that we reserve to pay deductibles because of the severity of the storms throughout the city. Our insurance, the deductibles, the way it's calculated changed, and so it's going to increase our cost, the portion of the risk that we bear, and so we're building those reserves up to help address that in the future. Information technology, I mentioned before that this has the telephone services, it's support for the internet services, for supporting various systems, our financial and personnel system, for the permitting system, and so the cost of maintaining those systems as well as the 911 service is paid through this source, and it's paid through various funds into our Information Technology Internal Service Fund and then transferred to the MFA where it can manage the multi-year contracts. Advanced A&E, this is a fund that's been set up over many years, and we've been using it for a long period of time. What it does really, it's used sometimes for land acquisition and other purposes, but primarily it's for advancing the design, engineering and architectural design on a project so that as soon as we sell the bonds, we're able to move more quickly on getting the construction completed on those bond projects.
And then that fund is reimbursed by the bond proceeds.
Right. So once the bonds are sold, then it revolves back into the MFA, and then it can fund advancing on future projects. So it's a revolving fund. And that concludes the presentation of the MFA. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Comments or questions for Craig on the MFA? Yes, Larry?
Craig, yeah, on that, the fund you just talked about there, as far as the fund balance at the end of the year, should we be concerned at all, or is there any implications on the fund balance? I'm on page 6 of 18, where we've now showing a projected fund balance of $2 million by the end of the year, whereas we were at 5.2, and before that we're even higher than that.
I don't think there's a reason for concern on that. I mean, we constantly evaluate that to see if there's situations where we need to be able to put more funding into it. A lot of it ends up being timing as to once a project's completed, how quickly it's going to revolve back. So again, it's all built so that all of it revolves, and I don't think we've got about $8 million total that's constantly in flux in between expenditures and balances, so I don't think it's any concern. Mm-hmm.
All right, Craig, thanks.
Thank you.
We have one person who has signed up to speak, Joshua David Zambrano. And Joshua, we will need your name and address for the record, please.
Okay. Joshua Zambrano, and I just live in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. All right. In reading the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority budget, I observed the vast majority of the expense to be healthcare related. Is the entirety of this expense necessary? Are we paying far more for municipal employee benefits than we should? And how self-sustaining is the healthcare benefits program for city employees? At a broader level, I have questions about our government's healthcare system in general. A, would we spend far more efficiently by providing care directly without the insurance industry as an expensive middleman? B, how much of this care is truly essential, basic care, as opposed to unnecessary comprehensive care such as abortions, cosmetic surgery, or drug, alcohol, or smoking treatments? C, could we improve tort reform, the doctor liability expense passed on to consumers, and in this case, the city, by requiring losing parties in medical lawsuits pay the other party's legal fees up to $1,000, and by mandating hospital liability sharing based on hours the physician was required to work the week of the incident? Finally, I would like to express concern about the municipal employee unions that negotiate these benefits and the potential conflict of interest involved for public sector unions to negotiate taxpayer-funded benefits and then pour this money into lobbying for more benefits while almost exclusively funding a single political party, the Democratic Party. According to the heavy hitters list at opensecrets.org, 17 of the top 20 organizations donating politically are unions, and of these, 13 donate 76% or more to Democrats. With so much political capital taken from taxpayers by what are often public sector unions, I question whether they are using this power to reap ever-increasing benefits and wages, even as millions of Americans are struggling, and, if so, how possibly can this be ethical? Thank you for hearing me.
Thanks, Joshua. See the council racing in to answer all of Joshua's questions. And Joshua's signed up to speak on several more items, so we'll hear from him a little bit later also. Any comments or questions on the MFA, or would you like to have a motion? All right, cast your votes on the MFA. Passed unanimously. We'll adjourn the OCMFA, convenes the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority. 9 items under the PPA.
And again, we have Mr. Freeman here to present the budget.
All right, Craig?
Thank you. The Public Property Authority doesn't have as much of the funding that comes through. It does have a portion of the funding that comes through other city funds and trust funds, but it's not as large a portion as what we saw with the MFA budget. You can see the list here of different projects and programs that are funded through the Public Property Authority, including the business improvement districts, the fairgrounds, golf courses. The MAPS-related contracts and projects are on the first MAPS program. Natural gas contracts allow us to combine sources from various sources to provide for facilities purchasing third-party natural gas. We work with a consultant, and it helps us to manage our costs on natural gas. They evaluate that each year to ensure that that's a more efficient way for us to purchase the gas, and so far that has been very beneficial to us in several of our different facilities. Performing arts activities as well as sports facilities improvements. The total amount of the budget, the majority of it you can see is through fund balance, and most of that is related to capital projects or capital contingencies, or where we're using some fund balance for a couple of funds that we're actually transferring them back to other areas where they're being managed now, where we've made some changes. Golf course revenues make up 21, almost 22% of the budget, and then we see that the transfer from the hotel tax fund makes up 22% of the budget also. Transfers from the general fund are about 10%, with transfers from various other funds, that's just under 6%. In the expenditures, the largest portion of the expenditures are related to fairgrounds improvements. That's funded either through fund balance or it's the revenue bonds. It was used for revenue bonds for fairgrounds improvements, and then using fund balance to help pay for capital improvements. Fund balance is built up over the years from the hotel tax for paying for fairgrounds improvements. The golf courses, this covers the full operation of our golf courses. The performance activities are about 5%. You can see if you go up to towards the top, the MAPS contracts and the capital maintenance on our MAPS operations, and as well as the operating costs for the Cox Center and the Oklahoma City Arena are at 14%. On the sports facilities, I'll look at this in a minute, but we'd actually funded initially some of the sports facilities projects through the PPA. Most of those are now being managed through the sales tax fund directly. On the business improvement districts, did you have a question, Councilman? Oh, I'm sorry. The OCPPA, we see that we have the downtown business improvement district, the Stockyards, Capitol Hill, and the Western Avenue business improvement district, as well as the underground special improvement district. The assessments from all these districts are collected into a city fund, and they're actually transferred into the PPA for management of those contracts, because we have multi-year contracts for managing those districts and providing the services for which those districts were approved. Budget's $2.8 million. On fairgrounds redevelopment, we had issued revenue bonds initially, and this pays for debt service on the revenue bonds. It also pays for the use of some fund balance approved a few months ago to help do some other improvements at the fairgrounds, and the total budget's about $15 million. In the golf courses, this pays for the operation for all 5 golf courses, and including the Jimmy Stewart Golf Course is at $10 million. Most of the revenues that come in are from the golf courses, generated directly by the golf courses. We do have a transfer of about $800,000 that comes from the general fund to pay for water for all of the courses. On the sports facilities improvements, as I mentioned before, we have a $2.9 million budget here. There's a couple of projects that are outstanding still, where the contracts were already encumbered within the PPA, but then the remainder, any remaining funds will be transferred back to the sales tax fund. The funding that came into the PPA for this was from the sales tax fund initially, and so all that's incorporated right now between the funding we have in the PPA, the funding in the sports facilities sales tax fund, as well as the sports facilities use tax fund, are how those projects are being managed now. Performing arts activities, the actual revenues come into the PPA where the contracts are for the various performing arts for Rose State as well as the Civic Center. Most of the expenditures in this fund go back to the general fund where those operations are funded.
And the Rose State agreement's on our agenda this morning.
The MAPS related, this provides for maintenance on many of the MAPS related projects. Its revenues come in from various sources tied to those projects. The largest portion of the budget is for the management of the Cox Center and the Oklahoma City Arena, but it also provides for the water taxi service and for other capital improvements from some of the revenues generated by these facilities, help pay for some of the capital improvements on those facilities. And that concludes the PPA presentation. So I'd be happy
All
to
right,
answer any
questions for Craig on the PPA presentation? All right, one person has signed up to speak, Joshua David Zambrano.
This is on page.
Okay. H.
Hello. The city's current zoning frustrates me as it appears wholly inadequate and poorly structured. I will explain. You can't walk through the city without seeing that like businesses are grouped together. 3 thrift stores in a row, 3 adjacent antique stores. Likewise for grocery stores, currency exchanges, and temp agencies. This is anti-competitive. It will hinder the survivability of small businesses that, rather than spread out and able to service separate neighborhoods, will all compete nearby for the same customers. The least effective will go bankrupt, particularly when near a well-recognized and well-funded location of a national or international brand name chain. Furthermore, this inhibits general economic activity for the entire city. When you isolate stores of an industry to a few city-specific locations, you make it more difficult for consumers to purchase. Many will have to travel further than if stores were allowed to spring wherever demand exists, and multiply confusion among new residents or tourists as to where to find specific products, since the products can only be found in a few bunched locations rather than throughout Oklahoma City. I would urge this council to reconsider city policy on zoning, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Joshua. Ready to vote on the PPA? Do we have a motion yet?
Yes.
All right. Cast your votes. PPA passes unanimously. We'll adjourn the OCPPA, convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust. We have 2 items. We have a motion and a second. Are we ready to vote on the EAT? All right, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Adjourn the OCEAT, reconvene the council meeting with the consent docket. All right, are there any individual considerations?
Your Honor, excuse me, I have a couple minor questions. A1, N, and O.
All right, anybody else? Larry?
Item Q, Your Honor.
Q? All right, anybody else? All right, Pat, you want to get started with A1?
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me, A1, just a typo. I think that should be Ward 1 rather than Ward 8, that particular project. As much as we'd like to have it, it's somebody else's. On N, this is has to do with one of our business improvement districts, and it has a paragraph in there that they're applied for, and we are granting a waiver of the fund, the filing fee requirement. And I guess I have a couple of questions. How often do we waive this fee? What is the criteria for waiving the fee? And do we need to establish some kind of a sliding fee schedule to accommodate when we have less than the 70% number in?
Councilman, you're on which item?
Item N. It has to do with the Stockyard City Business Improvement and Special Services Assessment District number 7.
I'm sorry, I was reading another item. Could you repeat the question?
It was,
I apologize.
No problem. Okay, my question was probably sort of confused anyway. This is a request, one of the things on it is a request to waive the fee, filing fee. And my questions were 3 points, I guess. How often do we waive the fee when we're asked to do this? What kind of criteria do we have in place to look at waiving the fee? And do we need to adopt some kind of a sliding fee schedule to accommodate those situations when we have less than the 70% number?
Yeah, Kim might be better to answer that.
Yes, please.
Or Russell.
Good morning. My understanding is that the ordinance with the fees was developed to help Public Works recover engineering costs on special improvement districts when we're having sidewalks and a lot of infrastructure put in. On the business improvement districts, there's really minimal staff time involved. It's kind of helping coach the business improvement district organization through their public process and contacting property owners. We have not ever, to my knowledge, and I looked back on this, asked a business improvement district to pay the fee. So it's just been kind of a request for a waiver on the ones that we've worked with since we started them in about 2000.
Well, if we're going to continue to waive it, maybe we just need to eliminate it.
Well, because, years ago there were no business improvement districts, and there was street improvement districts or sewer improvement districts, and so that was the overall legislation that set those up. When bids came along, under state law, and I'm answering legal questions here, they put them under the same area because it was an assessment. And so they took this street assessment and sewer assessment process that's been in place, and they added the business improvement assessment to it, where there really isn't the engineering and the filing fees, as Kim pointed out. So historically, on business improvement districts, we have waived those fees.
Well, can we change our ordinance to remove the requirement for the fee on business improvement districts so they won't have to go through we won't have to go through the motions of waiving the fee each time we have one of these come up?
I can't, excuse me, I can't give you a specific answer on that today because I haven't actually looked at that, but it sounds like to me what we're talking about is that a fee had been established for like street improvement districts, et cetera, but this is a business improvement district. It sounds like to me there is even some question whether it even applies. However, the city clerk has advised that there are also publication costs and things like that that have to be covered. So this is probably something we need to take a look at.
Well, maybe if we need a fee, maybe it means the lesser amount if we
Right.
have minor costs associated with it. And if they're so minor, maybe it's worthwhile just to eliminate it rather than trying to keep track of it. But anyway, I think it's something that needs to be looked into. Thank you very much. I did.
Okay.
On O2, this is an interesting project having to do with some replacement and repair of sidewalks, construction and replacement of sidewalks in a low and moderate income area. It's a great project. I think it's very helpful for a lot of reasons. And my question is, could the city replicate this kind of a project with GO bond money?
Mr. Ryan, we're looking into that. You've asked me that privately, whether or not we can, and I don't know the answer to that, and so we are doing some research.
Well, it just happened to come up this morning, and I thought I'd reinforce the question.
Okay, thank you.
Larry?
Yes, Your Honor. If I'll tell you, Mr. Clowers, item Q is a project to improve the drainage out at the Northwest 5th and Ann Arbor area. Again, a week ago Monday when we had the rain, and God bless us for having the rain, there was additional flooding, of course, that went on there. That flooding's been going on for a number of years, and this project has been going on. And Dennis, if you would, just give our viewers a brief overview of the status and what they can expect out of that, if you would, sir.
Sure, I'd be glad to. The funding for this project was included in the 2007 bond authorization due to the continual flooding that's taken place in that area. We hired an engineer. They developed plans. We advertised and received bids on the project back in May of this year. We only had one bidder, and their bid not only was over the engineer's estimate, but was out of budget. So the engineer was asked or requested to revise the plans to get the project back in budget, which we feel they have done. So now we're asking council to reject the bids that were received in May, re-advertise the project. If all goes as planned, we should be able to award this contract in August, and we're probably looking at about a 12-month construction time.
Any other comments or questions on the consent docket? We have two people that have signed up to speak. Joshua David Zambrano.
I would like to renew my recommendation that the city require cost sharing for detoxification programs and healthcare services for related companies and industries causing the need for such programs and services. And this is in relation to 6B. If alcohol detox is required, require alcohol providers fund the detoxification. Step up fines on sellers of illegal drugs. Simply taxing alcohol or cigarettes does very little. As addictive substances, the addicts are willing to pay any price, and the cost is passed on to the consumer. Let us require the cost of these programs be shared by those responsible for the program's necessity. I would also point out that such addictions may simply prove symptomatic of a greater problem. Do they turn to addictions from depression caused by lack of employment or parenting problems resulting from higher divorce rates after we legalized the doctrine of irreconcilable differences in California, 1969? Did we allow cigarette and alcohol manufacturers excessive freedom to market our nation's youth, dragging them into the lifelong destructive spirals of addictive substances? Is there a lack of sports opportunities or healthy recreation in the city? As author Alfie Kohn in Punished by Rewards points out, both punishments and rewards merely manipulate to achieve desired outcomes without ever confronting the underlying issues. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Joshua. And yes, David?
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
Joshua, this is directed towards you, and I hope this is appropriate, but obviously you're well-read and you have the ability to pull together a variety of views and summarize them in a concise manner. I would just encourage you to pursue your interest in government and possibly municipal government, maybe even filling out an application with the City of Oklahoma City. And if the lack of formal education is a concern, you know, there's a lot of institutions that can help in that regard through financial aid, and Oklahoma City Community College or other colleges or universities. I just hate to see, you know, you're not taking full advantage of the gifts that God's given you. So that was my only comment. Thank you.
Thanks.
Roy Stafford? Let's see Roy. He was here earlier? Okay. Well, we're ready to vote the consent docket. We passed the consent docket. We're on the concurrence docket, right? We still need to do the consent docket? All right. We have a motion and a second on the consent docket already. Oh, where's Roy? Roy, come on up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Roy Stafford, 1536 Northwest 36th Street, Oklahoma City. That was the last registered address. I am technically considered homeless as, like Miss Colorado. If the definition of being homeless is if you don't have a domicile where you are the least occupant of that domicile, you're considered homeless. I don't live with a family member. Excuse me. I was away. Are we at G1, G2?
We're at 6AL. We're on the
6AL?
docket, yeah.
I apologize. Like last time, I have a significant other that I try to keep track of while she's out on the bus. 6AL. My question with that was, if I was the developer of a development and I turned over a fixed property to a leasee or an occupant, I wouldn't, me myself personally, I wouldn't be involved in purchasing furniture, fixtures, and equipment for that fixed building after I turned it over. And this is my issues that I have are this. You know, Mr. Clowers addressed Channel 4 News answering some questions concerning the news spot that I initiated. And the response was the city doesn't have the money for these sidewalks that I'm concerned about. And that's why I turned in 4 different requests this morning, because I pay that much attention. There are some things that are on the docket. I wish I had been here so that I could address them as they came, but they're questionable, such as the open bid for the sidewalk on Northwest 25th Street. The sidewalk on Northwest 25th Street, that's a residential street. there isn't a quality of life issue associated with that sidewalk because it's a 25-mile-an-hour zone, where that sidewalk goes out of Ward 2 into Mr. Kelly's ward, where there is a quality of life issue, such as the one that I brought up previously, where there was a death involved with the fact that there is not a sidewalk on CVS's property. I don't mind doing sidewalks for aesthetics, but when you got people getting killed to cross the street to spend their money, it hits me right there. And let me do this, because I meant to do this coming up here. Good morning to the mayor, members of the city council. Good morning to my family joining us via the internet from Connecticut, California, Atlanta, Wichita, Kansas, Denver, Colorado. Excuse me. And also good morning to the members of Friends of the Family in the D.C. area on Pennsylvania Avenue, and especially Special Agent Scott Funk of the United States Secret Service, who I had the pleasure of meeting a couple of years ago after his second presidential detail. This will be my last time appearing before this council because I'm up to here. I had a conversation with Chief City. Me being involved in this kind of stuff is affecting my significant other to the point that she's a tumor patient and she's diabetic. The end of this month, juice is what I got. I'm going to put something on the end of this month to let you know. It's a signature petition rally and a community awareness rally. I got 2 pieces of commercial property that I'm going to use. It's going to be a 2-way signature drive. You don't have to get out your car. You just drive up, let your window down. And I'm going to have the issues that I'm addressing, and we'll see how many signatures we get. I'll be here at the next city council meeting after that. Mr. Kelly, I appreciate you. But GEG, he really do.
All right, ready to vote the consent docket? Cast your votes. Consent docket passed unanimously. Move on to the concurrence docket.
Mayor, may I ask that we take item H out of the concurrence docket and move that
How about
separately,
a
please?
motion on items 7A through G then? And a second on item A through G. Any comments or questions on those items? All right, cast your votes. This item's passed unanimously. How about a motion on item 7H?
We do have a presentation scheduled on that this morning. Rick Kane is here and Mike McAnally with Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Mayor, Council. It was in late 2005, early 2006, when the Central Oklahoma Transportation and Parking Authority completed a regional transportation plan for the Oklahoma City metropolitan area. And then in 2008, we initiated what's called an alternatives analysis, which is the next step in a very prescribed federal process if you're going to seek federal funding for your public transportation system. One of the corridors that came out of that fixed guideway study was a downtown corridor that essentially serviced the central business district and the neighboring districts surrounding the downtown area. And we have reached a milestone in that AA process. And the item on your agenda today is to seek your concurrence to a decision made by the Central Oklahoma Transportation and Parking Authority in terms of how best to meet the needs of the downtown area in terms of transportation, both from a technology standpoint and a routing standpoint. So I've asked Mike McAnally, who is with Jacobs, who was the project manager of this AA process, to do a brief presentation to you this morning, again, to talk about how we got to where we are today, to talk about the technology and the route that was approved by the COPPA Board of Trustees, and then to talk to you in terms of where do we go from here. So with that, I'd ask Mike to come forward.
Honorable Mayor and council members, I'm Mike McAnally with Jacobs. We've got a PowerPoint open here. As Rick noted, the alternatives analysis began in 2008, and the purpose of that project is to position Oklahoma City to compete for available federal funds for transit major capital improvements that could be used to supplement the funding provided under MAPS 3 as local financing for transit. The AA has progressed to a point, the alternatives analysis, I'll use the abbreviation AA through this, has progressed to a point where we have now recommended what is referred to as a locally preferred alternative that identifies a technology and an alignment. And the next step would be to move into environmental and engineering design for the project. The COTPA Board of Trustees approved the locally preferred alternative at their meeting on July the 1st. You can see in this diagram that we progressed down to the box where the "We Are Here" arrow identifies selection of that locally preferred alternative. The environmental phase, which is the next step, has begun and will be completed in an initial scoping process by September 30th of this year, and then the overall review will continue after that, and we're expecting that the preliminary engineering and final design is likely to begin before the end of this year as well. So in a sense, the work on the alternatives analysis to this point is the end of the beginning, if I can take that liberty. Citizen participation and community involvement has been a very important part of the alternatives analysis process. Back in the spring of 2010, we had a series of 7 public meetings that were referred to as the Let's Talk Transit process. We had hundreds of citizens participate in those meetings to express their views at an early point about alternatives for where the downtown circulator should go. At the end of that process, COTPA created the AA Steering Committee, which consists of 23 members, chaired by Mayor Cornett, and also including Commissioner Sawyer. That group has met 6 times during the duration of the project to advise the staff and consultants on the analysis and the recommendations that are the outcome of the project. We've had a series of public meetings during the alternatives analysis, a total of 6 that were conducted in August, November, and then July of this year. And that obtained a substantial additional citizen participation and input on the process. And then finally, the city has appointed the MAPS 3 subcommittee for transit and modern streetcar, which is functioning now and meeting, and we've done significant coordination and interaction with the members of the transit subcommittee. 4 members of our steering committee are also on that subcommittee, so we have a lot of discourse directly back and forth between the members of the steering committee and the MAPS subcommittee for transit and modern streetcar. Just to give you a little bit of background, this project, the Downtown Circulator Alternatives Analysis, really is about 2 things. It's about connectivity within downtown and development. The streetcar has a tremendous ability to stimulate economic development within the center city area. Experience in other communities that have developed these types of systems shows that economic development is a major result and justification for doing the project. It's also about connectivity. We're linking together the districts of downtown around the business district, linking to Bricktown, linking up Automobile Alley to Midtown, potential extension options in the future to extend north to the state capitol, south to Coeur d'Alene and down to Capitol Hill. There's a conceptual system plan that we've identified that shows the long-range expansion opportunities that will be available once the basic starter system is in place within the central city area of downtown, Bricktown, Midtown, and over to the Oklahoma Health Center. The project grew out of the fixed guideway study that was completed in 2006 and identified a regional system plan that includes commuter rail linking from downtown Oklahoma City up to Norman, down to Edmond, and also southwest out to the Midwest City Tinker area. There also are corridors for bus rapid transit. There are overall recommendations for enhancing the local bus system. Also, this year, the Association of Central Oklahoma Governments has conducted the multimodal hub study to identify a hub facility location within downtown Oklahoma City where all of the modes will come together and be a center of interchange and activity. The recommended location for that is the Santa Fe terminal, where the commuter rail, Amtrak, potential high-speed rail would all be located for passengers at that station, as well as a streetcar.
Mike, let me interrupt you just for a second, because I know there's been some questions of some people that are anxious to see that move forward. And I know that you are, it went to COP a couple of weeks ago, and they approved the preliminary report on it. I know you're finalizing the report, and it's anticipation you'll finalize that in the next couple of weeks. Then it'll go back through the MAPS process, to the MAPS subcommittee, to the MAPS advisory board, and then here to a meeting probably sometime in late August.
Yes, sir. Okay. So you'll be hearing more about it. In terms of the recommendations, the technology that is recommended for the locally preferred alternative is the modern streetcar alternative. Modern streetcar are electric-powered vehicles with low-floor boarding. They're articulated. They are hinged in the middle. They're double-ended so they can travel either direction. And they typically operate as a single vehicle unit. They're not trained together such as you would see in a light rail system. Some cities have begun to refer to their streetcar systems as urban rail, signifying that they operate in the urban environment. Their scale and operating capability allows them to work within the confines of a downtown street system where they can make the tight turns, they can operate sharing traffic lanes with other vehicles and adjacent to a parking row, as well as bicycle lanes, and they're quite compatible with high levels of pedestrian activity in the immediate vicinity. For this technology, we are considering an alternative fuel or propulsion system. There's been discussion about the potential for perhaps a CNG-fueled variant of this modern streetcar. That is actively being considered. The service that we're envisioning would provide an average 10-minute headway within the downtown area, and the service hours would extend over a 14 to 15-hour period on a daily basis. So it's going to be high frequency, beginning early and continuing late into the day, coordinated with schedules for events and activities within the downtown area. The second part of the LPA recommendation, the locally preferred alternative recommendation, is the route or alignment that is recommended for further study. We've identified a combination of two lines that intersect in downtown. The main core area would be served by a couplet along Broadway and Robinson in the north-south direction, shown as the gray lines connecting downtown north up to Midtown and the San Anthony district. Up in the Midtown area, the couplet would turn to the west along 11th Street, turn north on Dewey, and then return back to the east on 13th, back to Broadway, south on Broadway, back into the downtown area. Connecting to Bricktown, the line would turn to the east on Sheridan and continue under the BNSF Railroad underpasses into the Bricktown area, turn south down to Reno, return back to all the way to Robinson, and then turn north on Robinson, closing the loop of that main couplet. The second line extends over to the Oklahoma Health Center, and it begins at the Downtown Transit Center at Hudson and 4th. It extends to the east along 4th Street. There would be double track on 4th, track going either direction, and go under I-235. It would turn north on Lincoln Boulevard and extend up to 8th Street. At that point, it would narrow to a single track and extend along 8th and then up Phillips into the Oklahoma Health Center campus. that single-track portion is short enough that a vehicle can enter and then come back out of that single-track section before the next vehicle would arrive. The combination of those two lines is a total of 7.6 miles. And you all recognize that MAPS talks about 4 to 5 miles of track within the downtown area. So by the opportunity to potentially utilize federal funding, we're adding a total of 2.6 miles to the recommended alignment for the overall system. And that could be funded using the potential federal funds that the city could compete for. The red dash lines shown on the locally preferred alternative are some route options that are still under consideration. One is the line that is north-south on Hudson and then connects along Sheridan. That would be a crossover option that has been considered and talked about. The second option is down along the new boulevard. Instead of a line all the way along Reno going east-west, it could drop down Oklahoma Avenue and go east-west along the new boulevard when the I-40 relocation is completed, and then connect back north up Robinson. Those two route options will be evaluated in the next phase. The outcome of which finally gets selected and included in the design is going to depend essentially on three factors: utility conflict, that will be evaluated in further detail, the success in obtaining federal funding in order to build the OHC, the Oklahoma Health Center extension, as part of the basic system, and then a third area to be examined is the railroad underpasses under the BNSF and the engineering constraints that they may pose. There are several options that can be used to address those, but we're reserving that they still need further evaluation. A summary of the recommended locally preferred alternative: as I noted, it's a total of approximately 7.6 track miles. The service frequency would average 10 minutes. The stops along the routes would be spaced at approximately 2 to 3 block interval. We've projected ridership for the system, and our conservative estimate is that opening day we would see approximately 1,200 daily riders in the first year of operation. That's very similar to what Little Rock experienced when they began their downtown streetcar. It's also in line with what Memphis has experienced, and it's actually also about the same as the opening number for the Seattle South Lake Union streetcar up in the Pacific Northwest. So we think that's a conservative estimate of the ridership. It doesn't consider the induced ridership that could result from people who don't currently use transit that will be attracted to use the streetcar. Our estimated construction costs for the project, the entire 7.6-mile route, is $147 million in today's dollars. Now, we've escalated that up to an initial possible year of beginning operation, and that escalated cost is just under $200 million. With the federal funding added to the $120 million MAPS funds, we consider that there would be a budget able to fund those costs, even looking out at the year of expenditure dollars. I should note that this also presents the opportunities for expansion. There would be a decision made during the engineering of the project as to what is the minimum operable segment that will be constructed first. It could be either all of the locally preferred alternative or some portion of it. And in the future, there are those opportunities to extend it further, going certainly north to the state capitol complex, perhaps all the way to 23rd and up into northeast Oklahoma City, also to the OCU campus potentially, as well as the Asian District and other areas north of downtown. And on the south, we can in the future go down into the Coeur d'Alene Park and extends southward down to Capitol Hill. So this becomes the part of a system that would be an urban rail system for Oklahoma City.
Excuse me. It would be an urban rail system for people in downtown Oklahoma City. It really doesn't have a major benefit to citizens who live outside of the downtown area or work from the downtown area. And I just think that we need to call it exactly what it is. It's for downtown Oklahoma City. It has no benefit to the citizens who reside in northeast Oklahoma City, who need transportation. Has no benefit to people who live in South Oklahoma City. And we're going to pay $147 million for 7 miles of a circular drop off, get on, and get off. But at the same time, the radius that you're looking at, you know, if you're talking about a healthy city, you could walk that. I just have a problem with not looking at where the need really is and should be in reference to this whole issue of rail. And then we're going to go to the federal government, and we're going to compete with an application for funding for additional 2 miles. It just, you know, the economics of what we're talking about today as far as, you know, this country, and we would spend that kind of money on 7 miles of something that just goes around in circles to benefit business districts that we have already given much to, and now we're going to tear up 100, the projects that we're presently doing right now with the infrastructure downtown. You will have to interrupt that or just basically say that we put some concrete down for, 5 years and came back and tore it all up so we could put this little circular rail down. Surely there's got to be a better way of leveraging money for a real purpose of what you want to call a rail system. You know, this to me, this is just bad window dressing to me.
Mike, excuse me, if you gave me the number, I missed it. How much did the medical center spur cost?
It adds approximately $95 million to the cost of the $75 million to the cost of the basic core system in downtown. Okay. So 120 is that core area. It's actually a little less than that, but $75 million for the OHC expansion.
Mike, let me ask a question about the money part of it. One thing I don't understand is just intuitively, it seems to me that the most expensive portion of it is going to be in really the core downtown. I know a little bit about the utilities that are buried in downtown, and it seems like that's a real problem. I mean, and I'm sure you guys recognize that, and I've heard that coming back. But it seems to me as you get out of the downtown, I mean the pure downtown, that's the 5 or 6 or 8 or 9 or 10 square blocks that constitute the real hard, tall building part of downtown. It seems to me as you go out toward the medical center, those miles should be, this is intuitive, not from an engineering standpoint, but intuitively, I would think those miles would be cheaper. They wouldn't be as much per mile as it is. Yet, it looks to me the way this is calculated, those are more expensive per mile than the downtown part. Am I missing something somewhere?
You're correct that as you get away from the core downtown area, probably the utility conflicts are going to be less. We consider that even in downtown, we're basically constructing a track bed that's going to be about 14 inches in depth, top of rail, top of pavement to the bottom of the track bed, and 8 feet wide. So it's centered within an existing traffic lane.
That's a much better design than some of the earlier ideas of it going 6 and 8 feet. I like that a lot better.
It's a shallow pan technique, so you're able to pass over a lot of utilities that are deeper than that.
And with Project 180, we're trying to hopefully come up with some corridors that will help accommodate that.
Right.
And the fact of the matter is, we really don't know at this point in time until we know which method, which technology we're going to use to power and that's a key issue that needs to be.
Why would it cost more to go to this jog out to the Health Science Center? Why would that be more per mile than it is, even given that you found a way to kind of wire around what was my original concern about what's in the ground 6 feet deep, because that was the original idea. You're going to have this track bed that was going to have to be way deep in the ground. Wiring around that, still the utility costs and just the general congestion costs, all that, are still greater in that central area. I don't understand why it costs more to go, say, up Phillips than it does to go up Broadway. It just seems to me that when I look at the two and look at what I see as the construction impediments on Phillips, they're nothing like I see construction impediments on Broadway.
We have not done that detailed engineering estimate yet. That will be in the next phase.
So I may be right. Just
yes,
it's
sir.
possible. It's possible. I'm going to mark that down if there's a possibility I can be right.
Mike, is it also phased later in the process, so the construction later in the process project is more expensive than the construction earlier just because of the time of money and inflation?
Yeah.
There is an escalation factor that comes.
I understand. But that leads to my second question, are any of the things that are involved in this recent decision to change the priority, is moving this project back? Are there additional costs involved in this project that would not have been there had it stayed further to the front of the priority question, of the priorities?
On the overall MAPS schedule, all of them were weighted based upon their budgets were weighted based upon the time for the project. So the later projects had inflation built in. The earlier projects were discounted to take that out.
I understand. I'm talking about this particular project. This particular project, is it going to be more costly now than it would have been had the priority stayed the same?
My understanding that all the MAPS estimates are based upon a year of expenditure of 2017. Our estimates are also keyed to 2017. I think under the new schedule, construction on this project would start in 2014, and it's conceivable that it could be in operation earlier than 2017. If it's in an earlier time frame, the escalation results in a net savings. If it is pushed later, then those dollars
But at this point, that question remains to be seen, whether it costs more to make that change or not. Is that fair?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
But on some of the projects that were moved up, their budgets were discounted. The fairgrounds, for example, has less money because their project got...
No, I understand that part. I'm talking about project by project, because the original priorities were based on other considerations. And so now if one project is going to cost more money, I'm concerned that project may suffer because it costs more money. That's my question. That's a political question. That's a policy question. But I'm just asking, and you've answered it, so I'm satisfied. Let me ask you my next question about that. I see this double track on 4th Street going up Lincoln. A double side. Apparently, that's just a track. They're going to be side by side or fairly close together, or going to be on opposite sides of the street, or how?
Presumably, they would be opposite sides of the street. The general convention we've laid out is to use the outermost travel lane. If it's a one-way along one street, it would be in one side or the other.
A railroad wouldn't design itself that way. It wouldn't design it that way. It would seem to me that we could get more miles. We could reach more, as Councilman Kelly says, we could reach more people if we found a way not to double track that and did some kind of a bypass. You could you're the engineer, but you could do a bypass of some kind, which is what a railroad would do. They wouldn't track it side by side. They'd do a bypass, so like a switch. And I don't understand why. Is that not viable in this situation? There's no way, because it would satisfy something that really eats at me, and as it does Councilman Kelly, and that is this doesn't go into neighborhoods. It doesn't reach people that need to get back and forth to work. And if you could add even a mile to it, north, if you could add just from 13th Street to the Capitol, there are neighborhoods that border both sides of Lincoln that would have much better access to it. If you could add a mile to it north of 13th Street and reach into the Jefferson Park neighborhood and some of those places, you'd start to reach people, individuals that need transportation. And I'm preaching, but it seems to me that economies that we could use to extend it further ought to be really seriously looked at, because it does satisfy a public policy question. In addition to, if we can keep it in budget and satisfy the public policy question, it seems to me that'd make a lot of people happy. And so I'd like to see that there's some. If that doesn't work, if there's an engineering reason that that's impossible, well, I'm open to that. But I'd like to see that it has at least been considered at some point. My third piece is that it seems to me that one of the things that could be going on in conjunction with this is a very aggressive push to purchase the right-of-ways that are the land that's necessary to build the hub and to preserve the right-of-ways that are essential to the more advanced systems, the light rail systems like the Adventure District, like the line to Midwest City. Is that included in this at all? Have you looked at that as something that could be going on? That's a cash thing. That's if you got the money, you buy the land kind of a thing. Has that been looked at?
Regarding the hub study, their recommendation thus far has been to go ahead and acquire that property using the funds that MAPS provides for the beginning of the hub project. As far as the streetcar line, there will be minor right-of-way acquisitions, principally at corner clips, where it may be necessary to get a little bit more right-of-way at intersections of where the streetcar is making a turn, particularly a right-hand turn.
Right.
So those can begin early in the process.
Mr. White, specifically on those last comments you made, I anticipate, as I mentioned earlier, the time frame on the hub study will go to the subcommittee and the MAPS board in August, and I think back here for final adoption sometime in late August. At that point in time, I think we would go forward and purchase that facility. And in regard to the right-of-way to the northeast and those type of things, legal is doing research on that as we speak, working with ODOT to try to determine frame those issues and decide what we need to do on those. So we are working on that also.
I just have some concern. There are so many different entities involved in what I consider to be a worthwhile project if we can pull it all together. But you have so many different entities, so many different studies going on. You have the MAPS advisory big board, and then you have the subcommittee. You've got your study. You've got the hub study. I just want to be sure that everybody's on the same page, that we're not duplicating work or one group's not overlooking things that might advance it. The opposite of synergy is what I'm concerned about. That so many cooks in the kitchen that you
fragmentation.
Right, and I appreciate what you're saying. I hope you listen. You hear what Councilman Kelly said and what I said about, because I'm an advocate for rail. I mean, I want it to work. But I do believe it must reach people, as Skip says. It's got to reach people. It can't just be a circulator for those that are already downtown. It's got to reach people in order to be successful and to be something important to the city. It just has to be more than that. So at any opportunity you can find to extend it, if you extend it 2 blocks, you've reached further into the opportunity to reach somebody that might be able to utilize it to ride back and forth to work on, as opposed to either a tourist or a circulator system for people that are already in the downtown area. In Sermon.
Mike, doing your analysis of this whole process, I'm sure that you've had to have conversations with those who are knowledgeable, and I'm sure you are, of the Katy Trail. And that trail goes, those lines are already established, and it goes northeast all the way past the golf course, Lincoln Golf Course. Was there ever any discussion with that being a well-densified area geographically, an adventure district, and a connection to the downtown, which is another, district of business and entertainment? Was that ever even discussed as a possibility of showing where you can really get a benefit to people that need transportation?
Councilman, it's been addressed in two studies that I'm aware of. During the fixed guideway study back in 2005, 2006, that was one of the corridors that was considered and looked at. It does present the opportunity in the future. And then more recently during the hub study, they have included in the programming and layout of the hub facility as a concept a connection that would enable a rail of some variety that would extend up the Katy Trail into that northeast area. So it is definitely a factor that it has been considered and evaluated, and in the long-term plan, it's one of those corridors that should be further considered.
And Skip, when we wrote the language for MAPS 3, we specifically made it broad enough so that that money for a transit to the area you're talking about could be included with MAPS $3 if we so chose later on. But it is not part of the downtown streetcar system.
But, this is where I have a problem with this. You tell me that as far back as 2005 that this was discussed, and it's been discussed in two different studies. It's obvious that nobody really cares about the importance of those citizens who live in that area and pay taxes like everybody else do, that it would still be wiped off the agenda right now. And if it wasn't, we would have that as part of this presentation today.
Skip, it's not part of the downtown streetcar. It still has potential funding for MAPS 3.
Mayor, I clearly understand what you're talking about, but when you tell me that the money was also in the MAPS 3, I'm talking about why can't we talk about an issue that makes a difference to people as far as real transportation? And if it's been part of, it's not just me that just came up with this bright idea this morning. So somebody thought of it in 2005 in two different studies. Why it hasn't never been a major discussion to make it happen? That's the problem I have with it, Mayor.
David?
Thank you. Mike, first, a couple of questions. You know how you're looking at the methodology to power these cars between electric or CNG? Is the cost similar given the current cost for both electricity and CNG, or do you know that yet?
We don't know precisely, but there are certain general facts that are clear. There is not currently an operating vehicle on the market that is CNG fueled and in operation for this type of service. So developing that is a going to be somewhat of a prototype exercise first. So that first vehicle is going to cost more than an off-the-market vehicle that is electric powered. That's the pretty well established, I think.
Well, really, my question was the operation. I mean, how much does it cost to run a vehicle like this on CNG versus electricity? Do you know
We don't know yet.
Okay, well, that's fine. If I may just make a couple of points, and I agree both with Skip and Pete on this, is there any consideration or can any consideration be given instead of a circular route that you have a one-way route and then the car, once it reaches that final point, comes back down on the same route instead of making a circle, as well as when you go up to the Health Science Center in the Presbyterian Research Park, instead of having a route going one way and then coming back, can't you just send the vehicle up and then back on the same tracks? Especially given the short distance, the time to go between those spaces shouldn't be more than 10 minutes.
Yes, it is possible, clearly. The operational consideration is that if you get beyond a certain length, you're going to slow down the operation of the system because a vehicle's got to get in, load and unload, the dwell time in the stations, and then come back out of that one track section, or you start adding passing tracks along the way, and the vehicles have to wait for each other so that they pass.
Well, I was thinking until we saw the ridership get up to a certain level, just have one vehicle, so you don't have to worry about running into each other. You've got one that'll go up to the Health Science Center, one going over to St. Anthony's, and wouldn't that reduce the cost by eliminating that circular route and just having a one-way route in both directions? And then finally, with the possibility of having a parking problem downtown, if one of these routes had a open parking facility that would be less expensive, further away from downtown, and then use this vehicle as a means to carry you on into the downtown, whether you work at the Health Science Center, at the core downtown, or up at St. Anthony's, I think that would be important to keep in mind as we try to determine the final routes. And then finally, the interfacing of this with the light rail system, other than they all converging on the hub, there's really no, they don't mesh at all.
Well, they would, say potentially if the commuter rail is, the downtown station is at the hub facility.
Yeah.
The next station up might be at 10th or 13th Street, and the streetcar would be a block away at that location, so you could transfer from other commuter rail stations, as well as the bus system. Wherever the bus system intersects with the streetcar, people coming into downtown would be able to use it to get around, either coming in by transit or parking their vehicle. It does present opportunities for people using lower price parking out in more fringe areas, and then using the circulator as a way to go to their downtown destinations.
Okay, one final question, going back to the CNG vehicle. Do you know, are any companies looking at developing such a vehicle at this point?
We have talked to many of the major manufacturers and some of the smaller manufacturers, and some of them have expressed interest in the idea. There seems to be some partners out there that if the city decides to pursue that they might be interested in doing a project, but they would expect to be paid.
Oh, sure. If nothing else, just the elimination of those overhead wires would be an incentive from my perspective on looking at a CNG-powered vehicle.
There are a couple of companies that are producing battery hybrid vehicles, just like we have in automobiles, where they have the ability to go off-wire and travel distances on battery power. mile to, one of them is claiming as much as 5 miles operating ability. So within sensitive areas, it would be possible for those vehicles to operate wireless, and that's also a vehicle option that is considered, and there are 2 of those that are about to come on the market.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, Ed?
I want to echo what Pete and Skip and David have said about trying to extend this out. And I think urban planners have made it clear that you want to try and target as much housing as possible. And I question why, maybe Broadway and Robinson at this time, to have them in such close proximity as opposed to going bidirectional, as Pete was alluding to. I think it's also important to remember that the primary benefit of laying down rail is its permanency, as opposed to a bus route which can change. The rail is laid down and it's permanent. And so all developers know that that is there to stay. And so what we see in Portland and Seattle is the tremendous amount of development. The housing comes to the rail line. We want the rail line to go to existing housing, but once the rail line is down, you see an $8 to $14 private investment for every $1 publicly invested. And that's people putting housing and retail and grocery stores along every one of these transit stops. As the price of fuel increases and people are spending 20, 25, 30% of their income on automobiles, the potential, and you had a job downtown, you now have the potential of living in housing and not having to rely on an automobile as much. Developers, we're spending $1 million of TIF funds on one project just to give covering to the parking garage. It costs $12,000 per parking space, maybe $40,000 if it's subgrade. If developers like the New Mercy housing know that there's transit stop right next to the housing, maybe they don't have to spend as much on as many parking spaces, and they can build more housing. So it encourages development. So it's that kind of investment, and that's been one of my criticisms, is AVG ignored that kind of induced investment. That I think is critical. The housing will come to the rail line. My question would be, with the new timeline, we've now added a new investigations phase, and we've alluded that we've got multiple studies. Can you explain to me exactly what is the mandate of that investigations phase that hasn't been studied already, and how would that potentially affect our application for federal matching funds?
The phase that is beginning now is the environmental review, and it will establish what are not only the environmental natural impacts, but the socioeconomic land use impacts of the project, and if there are any significant negative impacts, how can they be mitigated? We've got to comply with the federal National Environmental Policy Act in performing that review. So it will be considering both the impact on land use and development, economic development opportunity, as well as things such as noise and vibration, impact on historic cultural properties and sites, all of the environmental considerations related to the project. I've got a slide I can show you of the analysis that we did for multifamily housing within downtown. And I should note that this is information provided and developed by your city planning department, but the locations of existing and planned multifamily housing within the downtown area, and in relation to the locally preferred alternative routes that are shown by the red lines, you can see the proximity. In many places, we're within a block of those major housing sites. The other consideration, those are downtown residents. We've also looked at parking garages of residents from all areas of the city who would use the system in downtown. And we've also considered employment. This is This is a map showing the density of jobs within the downtown area, and it very graphically illustrates the high concentration of workers that are along that Broadway-Robinson corridor up in the Oklahoma Health Center area, even over in Bricktown, and then in the Midtown St. Anthony area. So we're trying to, in laying out this route, serve an optimal combination of where people are coming from, either their downtown residences or their parking or the transit that they use to get to downtown, and then the destinations in terms of where workplaces are, the activity and event centers, and put it together in an optimal system.
Mike, in your last graph here, the employment, did they provide you with any numbers that showed where the employment population actually come from, as far as the zip codes where they reside?
That information exists, but we haven't looked at that for this. We're concerned with the downtown circulator, so our focus has been on where are people going in downtown, how do they get to downtown, and once they're there, that last mile of their trip of do they walk, do they ride a bus, how are people getting around now, and how can the circulator make that last mile connection more usable by residents and visitors alike.
Gary?
I just want to make a few points. Sitting here listening to all this conversation, it's been great conversation too, and I want to make sure that people understand that there's a number of different things going on, and they're all different, but they all seem to be the same thing. You've got the alternative analysis going on. That's been going on for a while. You've got the hub study going on with where we ought to put the hub, and you've got the committee working, MAPS 3 committee working on the downtown streetcar system. And a lot of this discussion about when we go out and find the neighborhoods and get the people involved is a great discussion. But that's not what the MAPS 3 streetcar was proposed to do. And when you want to blend the dollars and blend the discussion about what's going on with the MAPS 3 downtown streetcar system with the fixed guideway study that goes from El Reno to Shawnee, then it gets convoluted sometimes on what you're really talking about. But one thing the fixed guideway study did say is you got to start downtown. You got to start and have a system to build out with. And if you want to have those commuter systems in place to get the citizens in, you got to have something down there once they get there. So I just want people to understand there's a number of things going on, and when you start blending the discussion about when do we go out into the neighborhoods to capture people to get them downtown, that's in the big picture, much bigger picture than some of these things that we're working on right now, and certainly the MAPS 3 streetcar system and the timing on it and all of that has to do with a specific thing, a specific piece of that. Skip, I remember I was on the Fixed Guideway Study Committee, and yes, there's been discussions about the Katy tracks going out there. And I've been in ACOG meetings, and I've been in other things where those tracks were discussed, but it was never discussed as a commuter rail. It was discussed as a way to get people from the Bricktown Entertainment District to the Adventure District. And that's, in fact, there was discussions going on about could you get the Adventure District organization and the Bricktown Entertainment District Association involved in helping fund that, because it was simply a way to get people, if they were in Bricktown and wanted to go to the zoo or the track, they could do that, or if they were out there and decided they wanted to go to Bricktown to eat, it'd be a way for them to get down there. That's not to say it couldn't be used as a commuter at some point to get people down up and down to either one of those spots. But the discussion that I've heard in all of that had to do with that track being used for that process. So this is all great stuff, but I just want to make sure we try to ever so often refocus back on which one of these individual transit things we're talking about when we're talking about the big picture of trying to generate a well-serving transit system for Oklahoma City.
Agreed. Yeah, Jim?
Can I just make a couple comments on the fixed guideway study that was done a few years ago? You know, Oklahoma City, unfortunately, our transit plan over the last, whenever the mid-urban went away, the last 60 years, has been to provide bus routes. And we've had various degrees of success of those bus routes. We're going to talk about that later this morning, about enhancing some areas and maybe adding some areas to that. And one of the problems we have is that Oklahoma City is 627 square miles. So it's very, very difficult to do that. And the fact of the matter is that we've discussed this in workshops. We probably serve too large of area. We probably should do a smaller area and do that area better, more well, and have more frequent stops and that type of thing. We've discussed that in the past. The fixed guideway study looked back and looked at a whole lot of things back when it did it 3 or 4 years ago. It looked at a route to the northeast. It looked at bus rapid transit to the northwest, out Northwest Expressway. It looked at routes out to the fairgrounds. It looked out as a possibility to get something out to the airport. It looked at something south down to Capitol Hill and below, or further south than that. It also looked at commuter rail up to Edmond, commuter rail down to Norman, and also commuter rail line from the downtown Oklahoma City to Midwest City, the Tinker area. You know, there's also been discussions on top of that of enhancing the Amtrak line and taking that not only from Oklahoma City and hoping to encourage the funding of that and encouraging that up to Tulsa has been talked about, but more practically is to run it straight north up to Newton, Kansas, and tie into the transportation line up there. Then there's also been discussion, more recently than not, of high-speed rail, whether that's to Dallas or up the corridor or up to Kansas City, St. Louis, however that goes. There's a lot of things going on, and a lot of it's good. If you add all of the things I've talked about, it's well over $1 billion. I don't know how much money it is, and additional operating costs to run all that. We also talked about enhanced bus service was an option or a part of the fixed guideway study too. So there's a lot of good things out there, but most of them talked about starting with the spine, and starting with the spine somewhere, and that was the downtown circulator was what we've talked about on that. So that's where we're starting on it. Good, bad, or different. This does not address all the needs of transportation, but it's a first phase response, and quite frankly, it's a response to nothing outside of bus service in Oklahoma City for the last, I don't know when the mid-urban shut down, but last 60 years probably.
Yes, Ed, and then Larry.
Just one additional comment. Pete and I went over to the Oklahoma City Chamber last week and looked at the Convention Center study in March of 2009, and it is interesting to note we are making a sizable investment in the Convention Center. We're betting a lot that we're going to be able to attract large conventions, and when they polled people why they would not come to Oklahoma City at this time for national conventions, one of the reasons cited was the lack of public transit to and from the Convention Center, in addition to sidewalks and trails. But I think we need to keep that in mind as we make a sizable investment and how this interacts with that other investment.
You know, I think it's important, the point that Jim and Gary both made, this is just a first phase. If we look at it as a completed project, then we're making the wrong decision. This is just the beginning, and we can build on this and extend it into the neighborhoods. But to try to do it all at once, there's not that much money around. We've got to keep in mind this is the beginning, a first step, and not the end-all of our transportation issues in Oklahoma City.
Larry?
I just want to reemphasize what Pat was saying. This is a first step. The MAPS subcommittee, and I see a couple of representatives back there from the subcommittee, was tasked originally to develop this downtown supplemental to the overall, if you will, starting point, circulator, whatever you want to call it. I'd like to look at it as the seed that we're planting that's going to eventually blossom into a whole regional transportation study, and that's just kind of a play on words. But they were given $120 million. They were given an estimate, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, roughly 5 to 6 miles of track that would afford, with the need for a maintenance barn in there, to equip the whatever mode was actually selected, whether it's alternate fuel or whether it's electricity. I think they've done an outstanding job. This study right here that came along, that is the route that you guys came up with the exception of going out to the Health Sciences Center, that route to just nod if you would, Jeff, at this point, okay? And they did it. They've looked at the advantages of going the two tracks, going down Robinson and Broadway, and you guys spent a considerable amount of time analyzing how to service, how to get the most bang for your buck out of $120 million given. So a lot of these things have been talked about, but again, the bottom line, this is the start. Now, the AA study that's going on, correct me if I'm wrong, that is the necessary prerequisite, whether I like it or not, in order to apply for federal funding.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And so whether that federal funding goes to get money to run up to the Health Sciences Center and eventually to the Capitol, or to get other federal money, there are certain hoops that we have to go through, and this is all compatible with that. So that seed, to me, is bearing if you will, a return, in that if we plant this with $120 million, now we're looking at getting an additional X millions of dollars to extend it, and that's only the first of many of those requests into the future for additional federal funding that we hope to get. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But there's a key word there, hope to get, we're competing, we're applying for. There's no guarantee we'll get any federal funding.
We're watching very closely at the situation in the Congress in Washington as they're considering renewing the surface transportation bill and what impact that will have on future funding opportunities. But under the current system, this is the process we need to be doing in order to position Oklahoma City to be ready to take advantage when possible. It is a very competitive process. There are no guarantees, but you've got to get into it in order to play.
And this is our getting into it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mike, you want to continue, or are you done?
I'm done. Thank you,
all right.
sir.
Thanks for coming down. Jeff Bezdak, who has ably worked on our alternative analysis and also serves in the MAPS 3 subcommittee, is here. Jeff, you wanted to speak?
Well, some of the things that were mentioned, I thought I could give you a quick update. And also, I wanted to acknowledge that it's been a real pleasure to work with Jacobs Engineering and Mike. And COP has done an outstanding job in implementing this process. It's been fantastic. But there are a lot of balls in the air. And, of course, our subcommittee is where those things seem to come together before they go to you. So I just want to give you a quick update. Our next meeting is next Wednesday. And we actually have several action items, including recommending the acquisition of the Santa Fe facility will be up on the docket. And we're actually meeting at 3:30 in room 8 of the existing Cox Convention Center, and we're walking over and taking a tour of the Santa Fe hub facility site. Now, I wanted to get to Councilman Kelly's question about the Adventure Line. The way I interpret it when we were campaigning for the MAPS program was the mayor is indeed right. The language was intentionally ambiguous so that we could use the $10 million for hub or commuter rail connections. That was intentionally ambiguous, and I remember Councilman White and you working to get that $10 million into the MAPS program to supplement the streetcar process. We were waiting on, well, two things happened. We were waiting on the hub study to be completed to tell us if it was indeed the Santa Fe. Obviously, it's a lot cheaper to go buy an existing facility that can be repurposed than it is to build something entirely brand new. Now that we have that recommendation from the consultants, while it will be duly considered at this subcommittee meeting this next Wednesday, presumably you would think, we'll have better numbers from staff, but the hub study is saying somewhere around $4 million to acquire that property based on the county tax assessor estimates. So conceivably, that could give you $6 million approximately in flex funds that could be used for commuter rail infrastructure, other connections, or supplemental streetcar monies. So I just wanted to clarify that there was that issue that was withholding any strong recommendations coming forward about the Adventure Line. Also, clarification from council to staff, which I believe that you have done, so that staff can back up a discussion at the subcommittee level about that particular line, those connections needed to happen, and I think we've heard it particularly at this meeting this morning. I have sent a letter to City Manager Jim Couch. We have some acquisition issues in terms of some properties along this proposed streetcar line, if you do agree to endorse it, that are time sensitive. And so we're going to be looking at those at the subcommittee level. Regarding CNG and lack of overhead wires and so forth, we are cognizant that there are significant majority of people that do not want to see an overhead wire, particularly in the core area around Murray Gardens and the Devon complex. I mean, granted, I think people would like to see them completely removed. But a group of us went to Dallas to actually ride a streetcar that was wireless, and we rode on it for several miles. It was the battery hybrid type. Jacobs is undergoing an analysis of CNG and its practical application. Some of us are seeing some issues with the CNG technology, that obviously you have very large tank strapped to this existing vehicle, and whenever that tank has to be refueled, it has to be pulled over to be refueled. And incidentally, that CNG is generating electricity on board of the vehicle, in theory, that actually powers the vehicle. So there's some drawbacks and technical considerations. You know, our $120 million budget for the MAPS subcommittee to, refer to you was based on electric technology. So we're going to weigh as a subcommittee the risks involved in developing something entirely new that's never been done before, just for the sake of using CNG, if we can avoid the electric wire issue through technology that may be more reliable perhaps, or would not be as big of risk to the taxpayer. Housing integration. One thing that I wanted to address was there's a slight difference between, about 30% difference between the subcommittee route that has come to you so far and the AA route. Now, this AA route is derived through the Jacobs process and the Alternatives Analysis Committee. The recommendation that came to the council in March for consideration had some minor differences. We're optimistic. The numbers in this AA process are what I would call, I would say they're superinflated. They're conservative. They're based on, if we did nothing, project money wasn't a factor. We weren't trying to combine these various projects to save money. I can tell you, for example, on Robinson, the utility crews with AT&T and Cox are willingly moving utilities out of the way, thinking that that's where the streetcar is coming. I've been down there personally and talked to the contractors. They're actually moving them out of the northbound lanes of Robinson. So these numbers that we're basing the AA study on are very conservative. We have to be judicious in going to the FTA. Give them very conservative numbers, but it's my hope that we will be able to implement some more of that master plan that was sitting up here if we're able to save money through integrating all these various projects together, and particularly touching on the housing and trying to reach out. I'm very excited, through the debate that we had, Councilman White, essentially the idea of going out to OCU and the Plaza District and going northwest, as well as extending the Health Science Center line out northeast, came out of that discussion. And this thing became less of a urban circulator and more of a urban circulator that was capable of being extended and being a true light rail system out into other parts of the city. And that came out of that process. And then the last thing that I would say is, we're going to do the best that we can with what we've been given. And getting this approved should allow Jacobs to meet their deadlines, the first of which is coming up September 31st. By December 31st, we actually have to have figured out some of the technological issues and the issues along the route as to whether or not there's any hindrances at those Reno and Sheridan bridges. So we're ready to go with the maps timeline approved. Grant, a couple of us came up and spoke in favor of the very earliest option, but we're happy with what we have. I mean, it's essentially 70% of our project budget in a timely manner in which we can implement what we need to do and apply for the federal funds. So I would encourage you to accept what is here, but don't be surprised when that subcommittee comes back with some additional recommendations beyond the AA process. Do you have any questions for me?
David? May I? Again, it's just another comment, and I'm sorry I can't keep the accountant in me from speaking. It still just makes sense, instead of to do a circular route, to do a one-way route. And then, for example, if the ridership is sufficient to where you need to expand that, at that point in time, expand it to be more of a circular route. But I still just want to make a comment, and I'll be supportive of your recommendations, but I still think just from a cost effectiveness, if we went with a one-way route until we saw the demand for this service, that would be a more efficient.
Can I address that?
Please.
Just so it's very clear as to why that couplet, as we call it, design has come about. With a railroad, as was being discussed, you can't put a bypass in, and you can't have trains pass each other. And of course, with a freight railroad, that's just a freight train running into a freight train if that switch is accidentally thrown and those trains collide. The challenge when you have a light rail system is you have people on board. So your risk is exponentially higher in terms of the liability for the city. So one of the challenges of a singular line where those trains have to pass each other is if something failed, those trains could potentially run directly into one another. So by having a circular route, even though it's somewhat compressed, it's only a block apart, the trains are operating in a continuous loop, and there's no possibility of them colliding. That's the huge kind of overarching issue. And it can be dealt with. I mean, there's certainly situations where if the timing was right and there were enough safety mechanisms in place to where you could put in a singular line. But that's one challenge. The other thing about a streetcar, and I know that you've recently been elected and haven't been as part of this process, and we'd love to meet with you and have you come to one of our meetings to bring you up to speed. But the streetcar is in the street with traffic. So ideally, it is traveling with traffic. And what that does is that prevents it from slowing traffic down, regular car travel. And also, it'd be quite, I think, unusual, considering Oklahoma City has no experience with rail systems, seeing a train coming back the other direction towards oncoming traffic, because they'd have to be doing that one way or another. Even if it was in the middle, if we had it in the middle, then we would be asking the pedestrians that are using the system to have to cross into the middle of the street to board the line. So I understand what you're saying, and from a cost perspective, it makes total sense. From an operational perspective and from a liability perspective, it's very difficult. Now, another thing that has arose, in Europe, streetcar systems are very prevalent out there, and a lot of these streets are double-tracked. And that is one lane, one line of streetcar going with traffic one direction, another one coming the other way with traffic on the same line. We are doing something a little different. In the United States, in Portland, they were forced to separate the lines. And what happened, and it wasn't intended, it was something that they just were forced to do because of an underground utility issue. And so they moved the lines apart, and what they found was that there was this intense, vibrant economic development that occurred between the two lines. Because people are willing to walk a block to catch the line going the other way. They're less likely to do it if that line is 4 blocks away, head the opposite direction. And so most of the systems that are being proposed in the United States right now are of this couplet design, where you separate the lines by a block, And then the streetcar is a catalyst for economic development. Essentially, you've created a transit mall between the opposing lines. And the subcommittee felt that and so did Jacobs, that the strongest opportunity for economic development, which is also ridership, is the Broadway-Robinson corridor, because it goes through the very densest part of downtown and hits the highest occupancy buildings. But it also goes into Midtown, which has a lot of economic development potential. And if we are able to extend this line further out to the Plaza District and to OCU, that will just continue to become even more of a catalyst all the way through, essentially having a spine, economic development and transit spine, all the way back to the hub. So, it's something where I don't believe an American system has fully designed up front with this intent. It is actually going to implement it. So we're actually doing some very innovative things with how we're reacting to what our needs are downtown and trying to make sure that the system is self-sustainable over the long haul.
Thank you. That is very helpful.
Jeff, the presentation is great, but I still beg to differ with one issue, and that is this whole concept of economic development. When you talk about the lines that you all that's presently outlined, I don't see businesses and economic development growing just because you have this line here. I mean, if you look at the development there now, the development is 3 times more than what it was 10 years ago without 1 inch of rail. And this rail is only going to come back downtown. So what development would drive anyone to build just to say, I can get on the rail and go down to Bricktown, when I can get a pair of skates and get there quicker, get a bicycle and get there quicker, can jog and get there quicker, I can walk fast and get there quicker. I just think that this whole concept, and I know this whole plan started with this downtown circular, but where is it now? And I think we have to be careful for one other thing. It's what defines downtown anymore? Children's Hospital is not considered downtown. But if you look at what's being planned and what's being developed, you go to 4th and Walnut, and the development at 4th and Walnut, they're looking at it as part of the downtown review design. So you can almost keep stretching this.
Can I address
to say that it's part of downtown, but the reality of it is that you still have to have people that benefit from it. And I just don't see that this is what you're going to get out of it. And every time the federal government says there's a possibility to apply for $7 million, we'll find some ways to extend to a different boundary. And I just think in all honesty and in all fairness about this process is that, it's obvious that you, and I thank you for that, have taken the time to look at this when Councilman White and myself and you've taken the time to look at this and see that there are truly boundaries that need to be served that will benefit in reference to the whole purpose of a rail. And then that's where some development would grow. If you went to the farthest northeast, but I don't see where the development there's not going to be any greater development around the Presbyterian Hospital and OU. They're going to develop whether or not there's a rail or not.
Well, Councilman, I just want to address that. We didn't predicate the streetcar system in the MAPS campaign as being an economic development driver. I mean, it was being predicated as being for the people and the start of this system that would reach out. And the debate over what MAPS is about shifted a great deal towards what are economic development projects. And the transit argument was being left in the dust because it's not something that we had really pushed out there because it wasn't a key thing. And because economic development has become such a element in the discussions in terms of the timeline and so forth, I'm kind of forced to say what has happened in these other cities. And what has happened in the other cities is, they've seen for every public dollar invested, $8 to $14, $16 return. Now, why is that? Well, it's because we're able to use land more efficiently. If we could redistribute the parking load, for instance, downtown, we wouldn't have to spend so much valuable land downtown building more parking garages because we could more efficiently use the parking garages that we've already built or build them in other locations. So in the downtown environment, that's a huge element. There's also, the baby boomer community. And as they grow older, certainly independence is a challenge. It's already a challenge for disabled individuals, but it's a challenge for a very large demographic of our society. And because we are a car-based community, there's very few places where they can go. And maybe I can walk to Midtown. I can walk 10 blocks. I don't disagree with you. But there are going to be more and more people from all over the city if the housing prices are more diverse, which I hope they become. And that's a whole different debate. But if the housing prices are diverse and this system is in place, this will give an alternative for people to live. Once that grocery store comes in and these other shops come in, it'll be an alternative for them to live downtown without the use of an automobile. And I saw my grandparents lose their independence, and it was heartbreaking. But they were isolated. They had to use their car to get around. So, I think part of the other thing is we have to think about the future. Downtown is very different, will be very different in 10 years. We'll have an elementary school. We will have more housing, and that this will offer the opportunity for people to live independently of an automobile. Of course, they'll probably still have one if they want to go outside downtown, but they won't have to use it for absolutely every single thing that they do. Now, regarding the Northeast Corridor and other corridors out, the Northeast Corridor is very exciting because it's a very cheap corridor. It already exists, and the city owns most of it. And I don't disagree with you.
Be careful how you say cheap.
Well, cheap as in we own it. We own it. We own it, and the city owns most of the corridor, and they were wise to buy it for the Katy Trail. And I think once you see a first piece of a commuter rail line or some sort of rail line extending out downtown, and you see that hub and you see the streetcar, and people can really get around, and I think you'll see more of it over the next 20, 30 years. We have to start somewhere, and that's starting in the middle is where we got to start. Well, thank you very much.
Still on the concurrence docket, any more comments or questions?
I have a few thoughts on the proposed project. First, that we're still going to need sidewalks for this, because if you're going more to mass transit, you're going to need the sidewalks for people to get to the buses or to the train stations. You're going to need better streetlights. Right now we've got a lot that are hanging up in the city and that just aren't functioning for whatever reason. They haven't been turned on yet. Also, I'm concerned about this hub. It's almost a spider design, that it would be more effective if you were to connect the legs, because then you're going to reduce the fare, because otherwise people are going to have to go back to the central hub and then go back out along one of the legs, essentially, and that it would be faster if you were to just connect these. And I was also thinking that you might want to lay tracks below the areas needing sidewalks and then do the sidewalks over the top, so that you wouldn't be tearing up all the new streets, you wouldn't be tearing up the sidewalks, and you might want to look at how we can lay these so that we're not disrupting anything and then actually put sidewalks over the top. I mean, there's whole areas down Western where we've got bus stations running, the number 13 line, the 13 bus route runs there, and there's no sidewalks for most of that, so we could lay a bus, one of these railway routes down there, and then just put sidewalks over the top of that. Let's see. And I was also thinking if we're blocking a lot of companies with the construction here, that we might want to provide tax breaks to them if their business is going to be stopped. You had talked about that a few weeks ago, about giving additional notification to businesses when there's construction in their areas, because then people can't get to them. We've got some of that downtown near Express Employment, a few blocks southwest of us, and there are companies that are just blocked off by this road construction, so maybe you could give some sort of tax breaks to them until the construction ends. Just kind of ease their utility costs until the construction stops. So, and then I was also thinking about what the priority of all this is. If it's transportation, again, we'll want to focus on the sidewalks and the lights to make sure that those getting to the transportation centers don't get run over by cars, frankly. And then if it's jobs, we ought to be, really, we could spend $200 million and employ all 40,000 of the city's unemployed people, which is how many there are, at $5,000 each for 4 months of 40 hours a week. So, I mean, if you were to just make a system that was completely labor-intensive and didn't have a whole lot of extraneous costs, as far as materials, as far as property, as far as utilities, you could employ them to do what FDR did and just have them repairing schools and bridges or conservation, painting murals on buildings. That's how FDR did it, because he reduced the cost so that it was just primarily spent on the workers themselves and less on other costs. And this I'm not so sure about, but again, I would have to recommend the U.S. employment effects of military and domestic spending priorities. Page 6 shows that the most jobs are created when it's education, and second most for transportation, because of how labor intensive something is. And again, I would just recommend that, and really we ought to be looking at how labor intensive these jobs are. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Joshua. All right, ready to vote the concurrence docket?
We need a motion just on H.
Okay, motion on H of the concurrence docket. Second, cast your votes. Item H passes. Move on to item 8. These are items that require a separate vote. We start with a series of zoning cases. The first is in Ward 6. It's an ABC issue at 324 Northwest 23rd Street. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on this item? 324 Northwest 23rd Street. We have a motion and a second. I'll give Councilwoman Salyer a moment to catch your breath.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a really exciting project along Northwest 23rd Street. Said we're becoming a food mecca along this part of 23rd Street, and this is another great project being developed by the Good Egg Dining Group, onion burgers. And so on this eastern end of 23rd Street, we're going to have onion burgers. Slightly more west, we have gourmet hot dogs. And in the middle, we've got tacos. So it's a great project, and again, I'm very supportive of the application.
All right, sounds like we're ready to go. Cast your votes on item 8A1. Passed unanimously. Item 8A2 is in Ward 3. The address is 8049 Southwest 59th Street. It's a planned unit development and would become a new PUD. Larry?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I see the applicant's representative, Tim Johnson, here. Tim, if you just give a brief overview of what this is all about for the council.
Yes, sir. Tim Johnson with Johnson Associates. Good morning, Mayor and Council. This is a part of a project that also includes the PUD 1365 to the west. This was caught up in the downslide of the economy It was partially developed and stopped. The bank took it over and has recently resold it. We're now working for the new developers or owners. And the change in this PUD will make it just like the PUD to the west. And that advantage is that instead of being all duplex, it gives the developer the advantage of having duplex and single-family detached on the similar size lot. So there was a concern at Planning Commission about the density, but if developed under the new PUD language, it will actually be less dense. So,
And there's been considerable talk this morning, Tim, about sidewalks. There will be sidewalks put in on 59th Street?
Yes, sir.
And then inside the development itself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is anybody signed up to talk? No. Seeing none, unless the council has some questions, I move for approval.
All right, cast your votes on item 8A2. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Item 8B is a street closing in Ward 7. It's on 82nd Street. Skip?
I don't believe there's any protest, but is there a representative for the applicant? Council, I understand that this is driven because of some illegal dumping. Is that correct?
I apologize. I could not hear you.
I say, is this as a result of some problems that you're all having at the city of Nichols Hills?
No, it does not. There's no problem with the city of Nichols Hills. We both have a common problem, is that this property, which is basically vacant, is being used as a dumping site. And so Nichols Hills, who has a water well out there, has had to screen off that water well just to protect it. One of the applicants had last cleaned up this site and took 7 tons of trash off the property. It's simply the easy access going nowhere. You understand that 82nd Street goes basically nowhere there, and that is why the request of the closing of 82nd Street.
So you think this will prevent the same activity from? I mean, I know you're trying, so.
It's a good attempt, and yes, we think it'll cut it down a great deal.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Council. I have no problems with this, and I hope this solves the problem. I know it's a very ugly problem that we have in a lot of parts of the city, so thank you for making the attempt to try to cure that problem there.
All right, do we have a second? All right, cast your votes on item 8B. Passes unanimously. Item 8C is a public hearing. This is on the Western Avenue bid. It's in Ward 2. Ed, do you have any comments? No one has signed up to speak. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on 8C? All right, cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 8D is the same issue. This is simply the ordinance that follows the public hearing that we just approved. Okay. We have a motion and a second. We're voting on item 8D, and it passed unanimously. The emergency is being requested. Ed, do you want to make a motion on the emergency? Cast your votes, and it passes as well. Move on to item 8B. This is to bring us in compliance with state law on alcoholic and non-intoxicating beverages.
Are we required to do this?
It is a requirement of state law. Our current ordinance is, they updated their ordinance. This ordinance reflects the existing state law and would bring us into compliance. Our current ordinance is less restrictive than this ordinance, and we really can't do that. We have to be at the same level as the state.
And the specific answer to your question is yes, the state statute requires us to be consistent with the Oklahoma Alcoholic Beverage Control Act. And so this is the language we're adopting is what's specifically in the statute.
All right. Just a question, probably for our law department or legal department. If you had an establishment that was serving alcohol existing, and a school came in and moved in next door, would that have an impact? Would that be permitted?
Excuse me. Yes, they could. I believe that's covered in the language that's being adopted, that's in the statute. It doesn't, they could, the school or the private school or public school or church could move in after the establishment has been licensed.
And it wouldn't have any impact on that
Would
establishment?
not have any impact on them renewing their license.
Thank you.
Did you say they could or they could not?
They could. The school or church could come in after the fact, and it would not have any effect on the
license,
the licensing of the situation of the club.
But the challenge we're having now, I think there was an article in the paper this morning about Bricktown and the music school. And with the music school purchasing a property in Bricktown, it's now going to prohibit the development or the issuance of licenses for any additional clubs or facilities within that 300-foot radius of Bricktown. And what we're doing here is making that 300-foot a little bit more onerous even to achieve.
So the fact that it's a college still puts a 300-foot restriction?
Yes.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
It's a school. It's a school.
It's a school.
Yeah. All right.
And I think there is an attempt underway to maybe make some modifications at the state legislature. But at the moment, I think there were 2 establishments that are under construction and won't be able to get an ABC license because of the location of the school. So it's a bit of a challenge.
Okay.
But my concern was a little different. It was that, as we, for instance, cite the new downtown school, if there happened to be an establishment within that 300 feet level, radius, they would be grandfathered essentially and be able to continue to operate. Now, that was my concern. I think may have a conflict or two within that new school.
All right, we're ready to vote? I got a question.
I thought we were going to vote.
I got a question for Tony on the article in the paper this morning raised a question with me. I understand that the establishments that are already there are not affected by the school purchasing that property, but any future establishments that wanted to get a license would have to fall in this 300-foot rule. Are we mandated to approve those ABC requests one by one, or could we designate an area as acceptable for ABC and do Bricktown before the school purchases the building?
You could do the overlay district for all of Bricktown.
Right. The Bricktown's already zoned that way, but this is a state requirement that we can't circumvent their requirements.
This is on licensing. This is specifically on licensing. So regardless of what we zone it, if they can't get their state license under the statute.
Which they get from the state.
Correct.
But they have to get approval from us before they can request that license.
Zoning approval, right. They have to have.
But they already have that in our current zoning then.
In Bricktown, that's correct.
Okay.
Bob, what was the major restriction that we were not in compliance with?
Well, there's really 2 changes here. One was they've added a private school to the public school piece, and the way that our current ordinance measures the distance is from the nearest property line of the school or church to the right-of-way, and then the normal way a pedestrian would walk to the first closest public access point to the package store or the establishment. The new ordinance says that you measure from the property line to the nearest exterior wall just directly. So that's, in most cases, going to be quite a bit closer when you measure that 300 feet.
To the nearest exterior wall?
That's correct.
Of the building?
Of the premises where they're trying to get licensed.
Ready to go? All right, we're voting on item 8E. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 8F is a special purpose fund that has to do with the sterilization of dogs and cats, and Bob Tiener is fortunately here to explain more.
This is the ordinance that will adopt what was adopted in the budget. It allows us to use half of our adoption fees put into a special purpose fund that we'll use for a spade and neuter program for city residents citywide. Just a couple of facts on this. This year we had over 32,000 intakes at the shelter. That's the highest number since 1991. So our staff there feels that the implementation of this ordinance will eventually bring those numbers down. The more spay and neuter we're able to do in the community, the better off, the lower those numbers will be. Our shelter did about 7,100 last year. The adoption of this ordinance will allow another 3,500 in the community. Our vet won't be doing the spay and neuters for this program. We'll be putting those out to local vets, and we may set up a way to use our facilities on the weekend to help facilitate this program. So we think once we get a full year of this, of the money in, we can do about 3,500 additional spay and neuters.
That's great. Yes, Jim?
Mayor, I think it would be prudent to acknowledge former Councilman Sam Bowman on this. This was kind of his initiation on this specific project, and I know he would be pleased to see this moving forward.
Motion and a second on item 8F. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 8G is a public hearing regarding dilapidated structures. We have one person that has signed up to speak, Ginger Goddard. Good morning, Ginger.
Good morning, everyone.
We will need your name and address for the record, please.
Ginger Goddard, 224 West Gray, Suite 202, Norman, Oklahoma, 73069.
And the card you filled out indicated you wanted to speak about item 8GH, which Skip is in Ward 7, and that property is at 2201 North Prospect. Is that right?
No, it's actually number H, 1345 Southwest 25th.
All right, my mistake. It's in Ward 6 at 1345 Southwest 25th. So Councilwoman Salyer can probably help you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I have taken over this property in a bankruptcy case. I'm the bankruptcy trustee, and I am needing more time to sell the property at auction, close, and allow the new buyer to take care of the dilapidated structures. And I think that this property has value, and I should be able to get a buyer because it has 2 good houses, a shop building. It's 6 city lots. It has an assessed value of $80,000. I'm sure it won't bring that, but I believe that someone would be willing to buy it and take on the property. And the bankruptcy estate does not have the money to do the required work. And if I could have longer time, 70 days to begin the work, 100 days to complete the work, I think I'll be able to get a buyer to come in and take care of the property. In the meantime, before a new buyer comes, I will keep the structures boarded up. I will mow the property. I have removed the fifth wheel that was on the property, and I would just ask to have longer time, if possible.
I did have a chance to read your letter that you emailed the council, so thank you for providing us with that background information. And typically in a case like this, as long as you're making progress and you've boarded up the building and everything is fine, staff will work with you as long as you stay in contact with them and let them know what's going on, and there will not be an issue. We will not take the property down. So we really don't need to remove it from this in order to give you some more time, as long as staff is comfortable with that and that you're continuing to work with staff and let them know.
It was my understanding that the work would have to be completed in 30 days.
Well, and that is correct if you weren't working through a process. It is not our goal to take this property down. It is our goal to help you facilitate getting it sold and getting it rehabbed. So if you will just continue to stay in communication with Charles and let him know what the process is as you put it up for auction, and hopefully you'll get a buyer. Now, if a buyer doesn't materialize, we're going to have a slightly different set of facts. But as long as this process is ongoing, we'll be happy to work with you.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Okay,
thank you.
So if you'll just make sure you stay in touch with staff, that'll handle the issue. Okay, thank you for coming down.
Charles, you don't see this property as being about to fall down or any sort of danger for the neighborhood?
It's in bad shape. It's not going to collapse within the 90 days that probably is our window that we're going to look at for trying to find a new buyer for it. But she's right. We need to leave it on so the new buyer is made aware of the problem.
Okay. That's your recommendation? All right. We'll go ahead and leave it on. Any other comments or questions then on item 8G? All right. We have a motion? Cast your votes on item 8G. Passed unanimously. Item 8H is a public hearing regarding unsecured structures. Is there anyone here wishing to speak under any item listed under 8H? No one has signed up. How about a motion? Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. On item 8I, this is a revocable right-of-way permit, 2011 Plaza District Festival.
Hey, Kristen, do you want to come up and say anything?
Kristen Vales is here. She represents the Plaza District. Good morning.
I'm the Executive Director of the Plaza District Association, and we're really excited to have our, I believe it's our 16th festival on October 1st this year. We'll be closing down 16th Street and a little bit of 15th Street just to celebrate the progress that we've had in the district over the last year. And we've got a couple new restaurants, a lot of new retail coming, and we even have a key property that's been purchased and is going to be renovated this fall. So we're really celebrating a lot of progress and excited about what's happening in the district on 16th Street.
Great. Well, Kristen, I really want to thank you for this. When I was reading my agenda and I saw that the date on this is October 1st, I had to do a double take. Most of the revocables we've had before us in the last couple of weeks have been for an event the next weekend.
Yeah.
So thank you for allowing staff plenty of time to review this and getting it to us so early. It's a fabulous festival. I just want to encourage everybody to attend the Plaza District Festival on October 1st, and I would move approval.
All right. We're casting your votes on item 8I. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 8J brings us into compliance with IRS code, and this has to do with the flexible benefits plans for firefighters. All right. Cast your votes on item 8J. Passed unanimously. And item 8K is a very similar item, just amending and restating the previous item. This is actually for the city and not just the firefighters.
Yeah, this is for the rest of the employees. Yeah.
All right. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. And item 8L, this is some minor changes to police. Chief City is around if anybody has any questions, if they've gone through their packet and had questions about it.
Just a quick question, Your Honor, on the paragraph 730.0. The final paragraph is being stricken, and it seems like it's a worthwhile objective. And is it just being taken out of the language of this ordinance, or are we deviating from this policy?
He just now walked in, so you may have to repeat your...
It's always a challenge to say the same thing twice. On this, Chief, on the this resolution, on the last page, 730.0, the last paragraph is being stricken, and it seems like sort of a worthwhile goal to get people through there as quickly as we can. Is this just taking the language out of here, or are we deviating from that as a policy?
Are we talking about the jail policy?
Yes.
Okay. First off, we don't operate a jail, so that information is taken out. It's basically just an intake service. We have people assigned to the county jail to process the prisoners that we bring in. They're then released to the county jail. So basically the policy is just being rewritten so that it is in line with what we actually do.
Okay, but it says it's the intent of the department to minimize the time an arrestee spends in the custody of the department.
Correct.
Which is the Oklahoma City Police Department, I'm guessing. Is that still an objective or goal of the police department, to minimize the time?
Absolutely.
Okay. So if this language is being taken on here because it doesn't fit, or it's not a change in your policy?
No, it's not. It's just, I mean, we want to make the process go as quickly and as efficiently as possible. And so anything we do is not going to change our procedures. That's more of a procedure than it would be a policy anyway. So our standard operating procedures obviously addresses those types of things.
Okay. So then why did we take it out of it?
Out of the policy?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't need to be in the policy per se.
Because it's not a policy, but we don't need it there.
Well, it is. I mean, it is a procedure, to process them as quickly as possible. I mean, we can leave it in there if we can look at it and leave it in there if the council chooses, but, we're not going to do things slowly.
Well, it just seems like maybe we're sending the wrong signal by taking it out. I'll leave that to people who know more about the process than I do. So.
Okay. Well, we'll look at it.
All right? Yeah. Ready to vote on item 8L? Motion? Cast your votes on item 8L. It passed unanimously. Item 8M is a salary continuation. I understand we do not need executive session.
It meets the criteria, and we do not, but would be apt to go in if council chooses to.
All right, cast your votes on 8M. Passed unanimously. Item 8N, I understand we do not need executive session.
Do not.
Second, cast your votes on 8N. Passed unanimously. I understand on 8O we do need executive session.
Yes.
Cast your votes. That item is moved to executive session. Item 8P, I understand we do need executive session.
Yes.
Cast your votes. That item moves to executive session. Item 8Q is claims recommended for denial. Is there anyone here wishing to speak under any item listed under 8Q? No one has signed up? Kenny has recommended that we strike item Q1C. We're going to re-examine the merits of that specific item on the items recommended for denial. So we'll need a motion to strike item 8Q1C, if we please. All right, cast your votes on that specific strike, and that item is struck. Now how about a motion on the rest of the claims recommended for denial? All right, cast your votes, and that passes as well. Item 9 is claims recommended for approval. There are 2 items listed. All right, cast your votes on item 9. Passed unanimously. And item 10 is items from council. Ed, you want to get us started?
I do. Should we talk about the joint resolution first? I'm just asking for that to be stricken and be considered in 2 weeks.
It has been stricken already,
Okay.
So it is currently struck.
I want to just comment about, much has been made of the discord over the last couple of weeks. I don't want to get into the minutia, but just try and stick to the bigger picture. I would ask for the public to give us some time to work through boundaries. I would not be concerned with the discord. I think health debate is healthy. I don't think that discord necessarily means that we're automatically going to degenerate into the kind of discord seen in Tulsa. I think unanimity and the lack of debate is almost more dysfunctional than that seen in Tulsa. We should maximize debate, and that requires transparency for all of us to know exactly what the issues are and what we're debating. I think that there is change occurring, and I think that's reason for some of the turbulence. And if I can just talk about that for a second, and I know it's esoteric, but Steve Lackmeyer is not just a journalist, he's also a historian, and he and others have presented the argument that through Oklahoma City's politics history, there's a pendulum that swings back and forth between the private sector having a lot of control and the public, and that at those times that the pendulum swings too far and the private sector has too much control, that inevitably you have a backlash and you have turbulence. I think we're in those times currently. I think that backlash is underway. I think a lot of pundits, Bill Bleakley of the Gazette, the Oklahoman, would miss the point of the Tea Party and others entering the election cycle. They talked about their social agenda and their ultra-conservative, and that they were reactionary. But they didn't talk about they gave no press to what they were espousing, that being that there's a risk that the pendulum has swung too far and that we're moving from a representative democracy to more of a plutocracy, where a small number of very powerful people are having undue influence on matters. Then we had an election which greatly compounded that, as an individual or a small number of people used unprecedented means and amounts of money to try and influence who the 4 of the 8 people that were on the council. And I think that those wounds are still festering, and I think that needs to be vetted for us to have healing and for the level of discord to decrease, and for us to be able to make decisions. And it wasn't just the private sector. The firefighters union also spent a good amount of money on the elections, and now we're considering issues such as emergency medical transport and who should take that on. It's introducing bias. If you have this backlash, I think you've got to have checks and balances, and I think that's what's missing from the system right now. That will give us a more orderly transition. If you don't, if you continue the current system, I think that you'll have more reactionary measures in the future. I think the most obvious examples deal with the studies that we are buying from these consultants. These studies are not using basic scientific principles, and specifically I'm talking about the Convention Sports and Leisure study commissioned by the Chamber in March of 2009, in which we're basing so much of our economic development argument, and we're risking so much based on that one study. These studies are not using basic scientific principles. They're highly subjective. They're rarely subject to examination and review. They tend to reflect the opinion of those who hired them, and they potentially benefit the consultants themselves who are in the business on which they're opining. The city never did a study on convention center economics and the need for a convention center. They relegated that to the Chamber, and the Chamber has repeatedly refused to release that study to the public, despite the fact that many, many other cities' convention center studies done by Convention Sports and Leisure have been released to the public. As I mentioned, Pete White and I went to the Chamber last week. We read the study. There's nothing in there that's proprietary. There's nothing in there that would damage the city, in my opinion, and that it shouldn't be released to the public. Instead, what you see is the absolute lack of scientific method. It goes through surveys of those who do national conventions, and all of the economic development hinges on us tripling our non-local, out-of-state convention business. That somehow we're going to generate 15 national and regional conventions, 15 state conventions, 7 public consumer shows, 20 exhibit events, and 12 other conventions. But the body of the text, when interviewing those who do national conventions, asks the question, assuming that the convention center is adequate, assuming that the exhibit halls are adequate, so you're eliminating that whole argument that our convention center is inadequate, would you come here? 96% are saying no, we would not. We definitely would not, or we probably would not. For things that are structural, the weather, the things that Roy Williams pointed out this morning, the weather, the fact that there's not enough direct flights to Will Rogers Airport. These are things that are not going to change no matter what type of convention center you build. And if that was available to the public, we could have been vetting that. The study also says the Conventions and Visitors Bureau is underfunded. The public would have to come up with another $3 to $4 million a year to handle these kind of events. As I alluded to earlier, it would have been nice to know during the timeline debate that the study that these surveyed indicated that the lack of public transit to and from the convention center is a detriment. The lack of sidewalks and trails are mentioned by name, and that wasn't available in our deliberation on the timeline. Populous did a study on site selection, and unlike previous studies which exclude them from later bidding on the project, recommended a project that potentially would be built subgrade, where the exhibit halls would be built 45 feet underground. Populous just finished a similar project in Phoenix. Is that a conflict of interest? Are we allowing the private sector to influence our studies? I'm not saying they are. I'm just asking the question. And would you eliminate that conflict of interest by just saying we need a study, but you're not going to bid on this, or you've won the bid, now give us a study? I think a major improvement, I learned from Jim Couch last week, that the city will do a study on whether or not the feasibility of a convention center hotel, because so much hinges on increased business. Our existing hotel stock downtown hinges. I'm interested in the Skirvins study, where they wanted to become the convention center hotel and opined as to what a 650-room publicly subsidized hotel would do to our existing downtown hotel stock. And I think that this study, if it's run by the city, can be subject to the highest scientific standards. I think we should consult. I spoke with Haywood Sanders about 10 days ago. He's part of the nation's leading authority on convention center economics. He's testified in front of Congress. He's written the Brookings Institute study. He's willing to come here and meet with council, meet with the public, and meet with whoever does this convention center hotel. His opinion is that Oklahoma City is, he follows us very, very closely. He follows city council very, very closely. He thinks that we are getting ready to make very expensive mistakes, and that we would be very, very lucky if the only subsidy that the taxpayer has to come up with is $50 million. So reining these studies in, I think, is a way of increasing transparency and decreasing conflict. Again, I think the election has to be vetted. We have to understand, I don't think we can operate under the threat or reward of potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent on the next city council elections if we do or do not fall into favor with a certain individual or small group of individuals. There was not a consistent political ideology. That campaign was very cynical. It rewarded one candidate for being liberal and progressive and then chastised another for being liberal and progressive. So it wasn't that somebody was spending all that money because they believed in that particular political ideology. Something else was at play. I don't think the identity of this individual is now spreading. It's going to come out, and I don't think it can be stopped. And so I would now vet that a very prominent individual has explained to me how that process worked. Other people have said the same name. I presented to John Williams 2 months ago that many people who are in a position to know are indicating that the primary ideological and financial force behind this election campaign was Larry Nichols. I asked John Williams, people are saying this, you need to take a message to him that if this is not true, you need to give him a chance to defend himself, and I haven't heard back. Everyone indicates that Larry Nichols is a very good man, that deeply loves Oklahoma City, that he, for me personally, would be a tremendous ally on building density and walkability in a healthy city. But he and the people around him are engaging in policy making similar to the way a surgeon does surgery. They are telling everyone what to do and then executing. And it's not particularly democratic. You can have a benevolent plutocracy. You could agree that what he's doing is best for the city, but it's still a plutocracy and not a representative democracy. There is no evidence that he or anyone else in the Convention Center Subcommittee has altered the decision-making for their own personal gain or the gain of their companies. There's absolutely no evidence of that, and I want to make that clear. But we've placed a tremendous amount of decision-making authority and policy and influence in one person's hands. And I think it's legitimate to ask the question, could any human being objectively make decisions for the betterment of all the people when so much, the Devon Company is the ex-CEO of Devon, he's the chairman of the Urban Renewal Authority, we've made him the chairman of the Alliance for Economic Development and just provided them, that nonprofit, with $700,000. He's on the board of the Mary Gardens Foundation, the Industrial and Cultural Activity Board, and until 2008, the Redevelopment Authority. I want to move past this, but I think that for there to be healing and for us to, I think this, I don't believe in just holding resentments and not publicly vetting them. I think the healthiest thing to do is put it out there instead of festering. Let us vet it. Let some healing occur. Let us figure out a way that the private sector and the firefighters cannot mingle to that degree in our elections, and then let's move forward. Thank you.
Gary, items from council? All right. Larry?
Very briefly, Mayor, I'd like to thank the neighbors in Hilldale for the reception that we got last week at their neighborhood meeting. Very, very productive. Appreciate all their efforts to improve the quality of life in their neighborhood. I'd like to encourage the neighbors in Westbury South to attend a very interesting neighborhood meeting tonight at 6:30 at the church on Southwest 15th Street. a representative from Triad Engineering, which is the engineering firm that's done the design work for ODOT on the under construction I-40 and Morgan Road interchange, a single point urban interchange that is very, very unique for Oklahoma and is being copied, if you will, down in Norman with another one like that. There will be a presentation of how that works and a question and answer session to tell all the neighbors what to expect over the ensuing 12 to 24 months. And then just a personal observation. Last night I had the opportunity with my daughter from California to traverse the sidewalks, if you will, the trail in Bricktown. And we walked all the way down to the end of the trail where it goes, where the boats turn around. I got to see the Land Run Monument and how it's matured. Just a spectacular attraction and a very inspirational one when you think of the sacrifices that our pioneer forefathers had. And then we went on down to the Regatta District and the life vibrancy down there at both the Devon Boathouse and the Chesapeake Boathouse, with a number of different crews coming in and rowing and being excited down there. Just a tremendous vibrancy that's been developed down there. Got to see the tower, the finishing tower, which is going to be completed within the next several months. There's a lot of life going on in Oklahoma City. And I just encourage our residents, forget tourists, I just encourage our residents to get downtown, see what's going on. We also went through the Myriad Gardens and just reflected on its transformation. Just a tremendous vibrancy going on. Thank you, Your Honor.
Pete? All right, David?
Thank you. Just wanted to mention that Saturday evening, the former athletes at Capitol Hill High School had their annual banquet. We had over 700 in attendance. It was a great evening, and I apologize for not bringing the name of the current year's inductees with me, but I will try to bring that next time. Also, Thursday evening, Southern Oaks Neighborhood Homeowners Association will be meeting, and I'm looking forward to meeting with them. Thank you.
All right. Meg?
I'd say also just very briefly, Oklahoma City has 7 sister city relationships. And Kathy Williams has worked incredibly hard this year to revitalize our sister cities organization. There's an event tonight at the National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum that organization is sponsoring. And there's a luncheon tomorrow at which former Mayor Patience Latting is going to be recognized. And both of those are tied to the work that our sister cities organization is doing, and I want to compliment them.
Skip?
First of all, I would like to thank Congressman Langford's office. As you all know, that there's been a suggestion to close a post office on Northeast 23rd and actually Northeast 24th and MLK. And as a result of some meetings and letter writing to the Postmaster General and to the other entities that may have a direct or indirect impact on this project, I had an opportunity to meet with Congressman Langford and his staff for approximately an hour and a half, and it was a very, very great engagement of dialogue and understanding, and I was just absolutely impressed with his understanding and his appreciation for the citizens' needs in the area of Ward 7. And as a result of that, he wrote a very strong and supportive letter to the post office and asking them to reconsider some options, and at least at this present time to delay the process for an additional 90 days. So on behalf of the city of Oklahoma City, I think this is something that we should be proud to know, that we have congressmen that, you know, that we as council persons can go to and have that type of relationship. And I really want to thank him and his staff for supporting us on this project. Last Wednesday, I had an opportunity to be a reader at Edwards Elementary School. I don't want to name all the different partners that supported a summer reading program at Edwards Elementary School, but I will have to commend the principal, Ms. Rhonda Hamilton, for such a fantastic program. They started out with approximately 100 students this summer that came to school at 7:30 in the morning, stayed to 4:30. They were provided breakfast, lunch, and just a total amount of educational engagement for children that's in a very, low-grade as far as reading scale is concerned. And so to improve the reading capabilities of these students, they partnered with several corporations in Oklahoma City and put on a very fantastic program. Public Strategies was one, Sandridge was one, and I'm sure I've left out two other ones, but I blame that on my head, not my heart. But it was a great program, and I commend the whole staff at Edwards Elementary School for the great work that they continue to do with the young people there at that school.
Pat? All right. City manager reports?
A couple things this morning. First of all, I do want to point out it's about 11:30, and we do have a couple of executive sessions to do, but I do think it's very important to do Rick's presentation on transit. And then I do want to touch base on water for a minute, too. I think we'll put off the procurement city manager report, if that's okay with council at this point in time. And as Rick's coming up, I think we should acknowledge, I know you were a very interesting group, but that's not why the press box is filled this morning. There are 20 journalism students here this morning, I believe, from OU, so we can wave to our journalism students up there this morning. Rick?
Morning, Rick.
Thank you.
Well, before we get into that, just during the council meeting when we adopted the budget a few weeks ago, when Rick did his presentation, there was a pretty good discussion and a lot of questions asked about transit. And so amongst the things that were asked is, I think Mr. Ryan asked about the success of some of the additions we added a couple of years ago to some of the routes. Mr. White and maybe some others asked about where we could add some additional routes. I'm going to miss who asked for what, but we also, Mr. Kelly asked for a express route up north and to take a look at the possibilities. And then it was also requested that we take a look at a express route out to the new outlet mall. And so there's a lot of things that were asked for, and so Rick's going to put this all together in one presentation and give it to us here this morning.
Thank you. That just covered my first slide, so we'll move on. Just a little background for the benefit of Councilman Shadid and Councilman Greenwell. We had our first transit workshop in September of 2008. Since that point in time, we've had a second transit workshop. During the presentation of that workshop, we got into a discussion about what are the characteristics of a good transit system. What are the kind of general things that people look for when they talk about we've got a good transit system. And one of the items that we focused on at that point in time, we were talking about increased frequency. People like to know that the bus is going to be coming by at a regular interval, a fairly frequent interval, so they don't have to wait a long time. Should they miss their first ride, they know they've got a second ride that's going to be coming shortly. From that discussion, we actually initiated a pilot program in 2009-2010 fiscal year in which we took a look at 2 routes. We added a bus on each route to see what type of ridership increase we would have. As a result, we saw, and I presented this as a slide out of our last budget presentation now, it's been 2 years that we've taken Route 8 and Route 40 with that additional service, and we've seen double-digit rider increases on each of those in light of a situation where we've actually experienced some decreases on certain of our routes, particularly as we went through the 2009-2010 economic period. And even to this day, some of our routes are still not producing at the level that this did by adding the new service. Councilman White asked about, well, what could we also talk about relative to frequency? So we've gone in and we've taken a look at all of our routes, and we're making 2 recommendations here for your consideration. The first one is Route 7, which essentially services wards 2 and 6, and this is a Saturday option. Over the course of the last 10 years, we've had the opportunity to improve frequency on 3 of our Saturday routes. Our most recent one was Route 8, when we increased frequency there on a Saturday, and in the 3-year time frame since we've increased that route on Saturday, we've seen a doubling of the ridership. Our Saturday routes are less frequent. We have less service on the street. We have a little less than half service on Saturday than we would typically have during the course of a normal weekday route. This is one of our top ridership producers as far as Saturday is concerned. What we're proposing right now, Route 7 actually to make a round trip from Transit Center to the furthest point and then back to the Transit Center currently takes 75 minutes. We're proposing that if you add a second bus on that route, we'll be able to increase that frequency to 30 minutes. The cost for doing that would be just a little over $33,000. Again, this is a Saturday route, so we're talking essentially about 52 days out of the year. We would anticipate that if you were to move forward with this as a recommendation, that we would implement this service beginning in September and then run it through next June. So this $33,000 is not quite an annual cost. It's a September through June cost.
Rick, is that $33,000 net or gross cost?
That is a net cost to the city.
Okay, so it does take into effect the fare box.
It does take into effect some fare box money. We are at the point, and I need to make this statement, I suppose, that we do use some federal reimbursement for our system. We are at the point right now that we have essentially maximized, given the amount of money that we are now receiving from the federal government and that amount that we apply towards our operations, and it's restrictive in terms of how we can do that, we have essentially reached the point where to put any more money into our operations using federal funds seriously jeopardizes our ability to have any capital money whatsoever. And we have relied heavily on federal money to help us not only buy buses, but also to do our IT improvements, our building fixes that we do, our renovation work, all comes out of federal money that we receive. So this is, any of the costs that I'm going to quote on any of these routes is essentially what we see as being the net cost to the city. No, it does not.
Rick, question, sir?
Sure.
In the operating scheme of things for COPTA this coming up year, we are not going to run the trolleys anymore from the Meridian Center to Stockyards to downtown. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was done based on the fact that we had low ridership.
Absolutely correct.
Okay. Can we expect the same criteria to be used on this, that should the ridership not materialize on this Saturday route, that it would not be continued?
Sure. We proposed this as a pilot program, and so that it's going to have to stand on its own merits and would be up for consideration next year, so it's not an automatic in the budget.
Okay. Would we not have enough scientific data to make that determination by, say, a 6-month period of time rather than go all the way to June?
That's tough. Generally speaking, and I'm going to use a rule of thumb here, that on transit items like this, people, because a rubber tire system is suspect to being able to be changed quickly, that you get into a situation that you don't automatically see an immediate jump in ridership, generally speaking, because people want to see if it's going to be out there for a while. It's one thing if you're just adjusting and saying, well, now I can leave a half hour earlier, or I don't have to wait as long at the end of a day, that sort of thing. But if you're really talking about making a change in lifestyle or travel patterns, they're going to want to see it there for a while. So it's hard for me to tell you that in 6 months, what we would see here. I mean, we would certainly give you the feedback on any of these and let you know how it's going. And we'd give you our best feeling in terms of how good that is, but it's really hard to guesstimate those.
Rick, who would you anticipate would be the riders on a Saturday? I see you got a picture of a young person there. Is that what your target ridership would be on this Saturday?
No, I mean, you look at where a lot of these things, the service areas, we do have some shopping centers, we do have some education. We just know that right now we see a heavy ridership on this route. And when you have a heavy ridership, there's demand there. It tells us that if we increase frequency, we're likely to see more demand for the service. Also on Saturdays, and this holds even through the week when we make these kinds of considerations, sometimes you also have to think, what does this connect with? Because generally speaking, it's rare if somebody is traveling solely on a particular route. They're probably hooking up with another bus. And so when you enhance the connections to those other routes, that opens up opportunities for people to be able to travel in an easier way. So,
well, this presently exists on Saturday now. It's just not as... what you're going to do is accelerate the frequency of the...
Absolutely. These first two proposals I'm giving you are solely frequency-oriented.
Okay. I'm just interested. I see a number of schools on the route, and I since it's a Saturday route, I'm not sure I understand what...
Well, you wouldn't necessarily see it, but as I said, right now this is one of our highest ridership Saturday routes that we have. So. Right. And it is one that's going to cross 23rd Street, which is a significant connection for us that takes people a lot of places in the east and west direction. So That's why we really felt, and we wanted to put an option out here that, in the scheme of things, was less costly than any weekday service is going to be more costly.
Right.
We really thought that this would be a good option. And again, we've seen, based on our experience, that Saturday ridership, when increasing frequency, really drives up ridership.
Well, your estimates were very good on the two that we enhanced a couple of years ago. If this comes out that well, we'll be well served by it, I think.
Rick, can I ask you, have you ever studied ridership? I mean, have you ever just made it free, like Edmond? Have you ever just made ridership free and assessed what happens to ridership?
Well, probably our best example of that is last year, the last fiscal year, and now as we move into this fiscal year, we're doing the same thing. Our downtown trolley ridership, because we had a business that we partnered with that came forward. The school stepped up and said, Platt College said, we would like to cover the cost of those, the cost of taking a ride on it, and we saw our ridership on there jump. Michael, what's the latest number? Yeah, it's almost tripled. And again, that was only a 25-cent cost to ride the trolley, but when you make it free, people take advantage of it.
Now your total revenue from all bus tickets for the whole system is $2+ something million, correct?
Yes.
And you're subsidizing $18 million for a total of $20 million.
Well, okay.
So if you're spending $18 million, what would happen? What kind of ridership increase would you get if you went from 18 to 20 and just made the system free?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that one.
Do you know what's happened in Edmond after they?
Well, number one, the ridership has increased, but there's a couple of things that happen at Edmond. I think that they take advantage of the free fare, but they also significantly change their routes up there. We used to run that service. We don't run that service now, but there were some recommendations that we were even proposing and recognizing that needed to be made. So I think you got a two-part there. I'll give them credit for what they've accomplished through a free fare, but I wouldn't give them 100% credit because I think there were some significant changes in terms of areas that they were servicing and their whole approach towards the ridership scheme that made a difference as well. The second service enhancement, again, that's focused on frequency, is a weekday option. This time service, it's Route 14. It services wards 4, 6, and 7. This particular route has one of the longest travel times from the transit center to its furthest out point, which would be roughly Southeast 59th and Sunny Lane Road. It takes right now an hour and a half to make that complete trip. What we're proposing is that we add two routes or two trips in the morning between roughly 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. and two trips in the afternoon between roughly, let's say, 2:15 and 4:30 to try to address the peak ridership times on this route. I mentioned that it's a long route. It's also for the ridership that it has, it's also one of the longest wait times for peak periods, in that right now you wait 45 minutes for that next bus to come through in the peak time of day. And what we're proposing by adding two runs in the morning and two runs in the afternoon is we cut that 45-minute wait time down to 22 minutes. The cost for doing that is, again, a little over $120,000. This would be another September through June approach. And again, this is a weekday route. This is one, again, that we look at. We know it has significant ridership. It's also a route that we've had to look at just because of the ridership is slowing the route down. So we've considered having to add time. Adding that second bus would help us relieve some of that pressure.
Rick, that 2:35 time slot, is that related to getting out of school, or, I mean, it seems...
We know generally where we get riders. We define a peak period, in the morning and in the afternoon, and then we've looked individually at certain routes and when people are getting on and where people are getting off. And so what best fits is in that 2 to 4 time frame for this particular 2 to 4:30 time frame for this particular route.
I wouldn't be surprised if Metrotech maybe doesn't have some impact on that.
We do service them.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, this next one is not a frequency-driven, but rather came out of our discussion when we were talking about service to the new planned outlet mall. I mentioned that we did not have direct service to the mall. Route 23 does go there, but if you're downtown and you want to get to the outlet mall, you would have to go to the transit center and transfer to one. You would have to catch one bus to transfer the 23 to get 23 out there. What we've proposed here is a weekday and Saturday service to the outlet mall that would be a direct service. Currently, Route 9 travels east and west, but it currently stops at Rockwell and Reno. And what we're proposing is that we travel west that additional 1 mile using Route 9, that we add an additional bus to this route such that instead of having 80-minute frequency to get to the outlet malls, we would be down to 40-minute frequency at the outlet malls. Now, it's important to remember that currently our service ends. We're not proposing lengthening the time that this bus is out there. We would still be pulling this bus off service about the same time all of our buses come off service. Essentially by 7:30, with the rare exception of a couple of bus routes, we're back at the barn by that time. Staff has met with individuals, representatives of the developer of the outlet mall out there, and talked to them about this service. We were concerned about the same problem we have with you go to Penn Square Mall or Quail Springs Mall, is we don't stay out there for those late night workers. But what the mall people did tell us is that generally speaking, they find, and this is based on their experience with other outlet mall properties that they've developed, that it's usually a manager who ends up closing at the end of the day. And so their other workers aren't there until late at night, and generally speaking, they said it's more important to get the people to work. They seem to find a way to get home in the evening. Our concern was, did we need to extend this route not only out there, but keep it on the street longer? And essentially what we heard back from them is, no, they don't recommend that based on their other properties. They're a heavy user of public transportation. Their workers are generally dependent on that. The interviews that they have conducted in terms of employment interviews and the feedback that staff received when we talked to them was that a high number of the people that are talking about working and seeking employment out there are going to be public transit riders. Again, in this case, it's 6 days a week, Monday through Friday plus Saturday service. And we would anticipate, given that the outlet mall is going to be opening up early next month, that we would put this service on the street. So this would be an August through June service, and this cost would be over $350,000.
Rick, if you're going to transport workers, coming out Reno, you're not going to find that many people as opposed to, say, coming out 10th Street. Did you think about that?
Yeah, we did. I mean, it's one of those challenges is we have a route that travels 10th Street right now. This would, in essence, duplicate it. We didn't want to give up Route 9. 10th did not get us close enough. It'd be a significant revision of the route that goes out 10th Street. So from a staff perspective, the recommendation was made here. We do have a big gap when you get into that, essentially from May west, and you kind of go through that furniture district and that area out to Meridian. There's not a lot there that we pick up, and we recognize that. But this was still the easiest way to get us there and the least costly way to get us there. Not that this is cheap, but that's really what drove this.
Rick, when you spoke to the representatives of the developer, was there any discussion about maybe them sharing in some cost with us? Or
the one thing that they did demonstrate a willingness to do, they have identified a location for us on their property to allow us actually on their property. That is something that we don't always do. And that it did indicate a willingness to put out furniture and build a shelter for us, so we would have a designated stop out there. But we did not see an open reception to putting money into the project from the standpoint of helping fund the route. The last item to talk about, again, was Mr. Kelly's question about park and ride or express bus services. We took a look at the citizen requests that we've been receiving over the last couple of years. What is the area of the city where we get most requests for this? It is the northwest portion of the city. Now, defining northwest is, there's a lot of input that we received. We kind of focused on the Memorial MacArthur area just to kind of focus in and say this is a generalized area. Again, this is a generalized presentation here in terms of what it might take to do that. We did identify a second stop at the Hefner May area just to be representative of what we think makes sense. One of the things we learned over time, we used to have a route that went out the Northwest Expressway, and we started at Council Road, then we stopped at Rockwell, and then we stopped a little further east on Northwest Expressway before we came downtown. We really didn't see the ridership develop because essentially we were just stopping about every other mile, which in part ate into the concept of an express bus, and secondly, it really wasn't drawing from a large area. We thought, if we're going to talk about this, we need to put some separation between our stops and limit our stops. So again, this is just a proposed concept idea here. This would need to be formalized. What we do know is that the State Capitol, the Health Science Center, and the Downtown Central Business District are three large employment areas that we would want to service. Now, how we get there, whether we're using I-35 or some other way is yet to be, or 235, or 44 is yet to be defined. But it gives you an idea of how we might go about it. This would be a Monday through Friday commuter express route. Essentially means we're going to run one bus in the morning to get people to their employment and a bus in the evening to get them home, and then we're going to offer a midday option for those who tend to feel about, well, I'm vulnerable if I want to leave early or I've got an emergency, how do I get there? And one of the things that we found that works is by having that midday run. So this would be 3 trips, Monday through Friday, at a cost of $153,000 and change. Again, this would be a September through June type of a situation, and generally we know that although the route might be modified somewhat, that we know that this is generally the price that we would expect to pay for it.
Rick, on these park and ride facilities, do you typically have to rent space for parking?
No, that's one of the challenges that we would have in setting up any park and ride is we tend to go out and ask people if they'll allow us to park on their property for free. That sometimes is hard to sell because they perceive a liability factor there and therefore they're not excited about us doing it. And we prefer that if we're going to have a park and ride facility that we advertise it as such, so we want to have the property owner's permission to do it. I mean, I know today there are people who may park at a drugstore parking lot or a shopping center parking lot and hop on our bus and create a park and ride. But if we're going to advertise it as such, we get the property owner's permission to do that. So we do not pay anybody at this point, nor do we own land to do that right now.
Okay, because there's one big public, or not public, it's a private parking lot that is being used now for sort of a mini transit system that Mercy Hospital uses out there. So you may have a little...
And we actually have identified on some of our bus routes on our website, you will see that we have identified park and ride lots for people who do that. But it's always a permission first issue.
Your proposal is for the two that are on the Route 7 and 14, right?
Right.
And is there some reason that you didn't include the outlet mall in the proposal?
Well, when I talked about the frequency, when the question was asked what would we do on frequency, that was really those were the two that we thought would be the top candidates to have a successful pilot program. When we got to the discussion about the outlet mall, that was kind of oriented to, gee, we need to service that as a new incentive program, and so I just threw it up in that vein. It wasn't necessarily that we would not necessarily recommend Route 9 to increase the frequency, to increase the ridership. Purely Route 9 is going to be something that's done to enhance accessibility to the outlet mall.
Okay.
So I kind of put it in those 3 categories. enhancement,
Right.
supporting the outlet mall, and then here's what a typical park and ride express bus might look like.
I'd like for the manager to bring back the two proposals that are listed on the staff report, that is 7 and 14, as budget amendments. And
Refresh my memory on 7 and 14.
Sure. 7 is $33,000, 14 is just a little over 120.
Okay, I just want to remember my mind.
And further, I'd like to continue, I think that continuing to look at the one for the outlet mall makes sense. I mean, there's a lot, I'd like to see more information about how it connects and what, because it appears that it doesn't go through areas where you're likely to pick up people. It's going to have to, the people are going to have to come from other areas to connect to it at the transfer station to make it work.
I think what you're going to see in Route 9 is going to tend to be more folks who are either coming to the transit center to go out there, or you're going to get your downtown visitors who are going to go shopping out there.
Right.
If you're going to go to the outlet mall and you live north, you could actually connect with Route 23 to get you there. So I think if you live on the north side now and you're a worker out there, you might catch 23 as an option rather than come all the way into the transit center to catch 9. I think if you're talking about trying to service a shopper, unless they're a real transit booster, they're probably not likely to try to use the transit service to get there because they're averse to transfers.
Well, and I'd like to see when the manager brings back the other two for consideration of funding, is that you bring back more information about the outlet mall line like you're talking about, so we could see what other opportunities, because I agree with you. I think the more likely rider on the outlet mall line is not going to be the shopper. It's going to be the person that works there. I mean, we're going to have to really change the image of bus transportation in Oklahoma City before you get a lot of tourist people jumping on it, as we know from the problem we had with the trolley. I mean, with it just didn't ever take off.
Well, what if we, let me just ask a basic question, Rick, and get your response. What if we, on the outlet mall route, what if we went straight from the transit center all the way to the mall and back without making any stops? How would that impact the cost, and how would that impact ridership?
Conceivably, the cost would go down, conceivably could go down depending upon your operating hours, because you're going to be able to travel it faster, obviously. Then who are you going to pick? You're going to be great for the person who's going to be shopping, but if the question is transit center to the mall back and forth without any stops in between, we talked about it. We didn't put a cost to it. I'm not sure the ridership is going to necessarily be what you'd want it to be.
I see.
When
So
you
you're saying
compare
that
it to the
if we're
others.
trying to get workers wouldn't go to the transit center.
Well, I think workers from the south almost have to now they would catch 9 to go out there, so we could get them out there a little faster.
Right.
But we're also going to benefit on Route 9 by having that second bus out there. Even though there's large gaps in Route 9 where there aren't residential neighborhoods, particularly towards the west end of it, there's some core riders that are there at May Avenue. There's a work release program that's there who are heavy riders of this service. And again, I don't want to. There are others, that are riding it out there that are coming from residential neighborhoods or are connecting to other businesses along the route.
I heard Rick say that service stopped at 7:30.
Yeah, what I'm saying, actually, the portion that we're talking about adding here would probably end around 6 o'clock, but the route, in general, our service is off the
If you're
street by
talking about
7:30.
attracting workers, you're going to have to, if you're going to get them there in the morning, you're going to have to stay till after 9 o'clock when they're getting off work. That mall won't shut down at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock.
Now,
It won't shut down till 9 or 9:30, and then you're going to need a way for them to get home.
It was interesting, though, that, that the developer did tell us that people tend to find their way home in their other developments that they've done, and therefore, because our concern was, when we first looked at this, we looked at staying out there for a much longer period of time. The other problem, though, is when the rest of your service is off the street at 7:30, if you kept a bus out there till 9 o'clock, how do you get them home?
Right.
Unless you live on Route 9, they're not going to get home.
So someone else picks them up, or they get a ride with a coworker, I'm guessing.
That's what they're telling us
They figured out they have
happens.
resolved their issue on their own, it sounds like. Okay.
Rick, you said that 23, is it line 23 that goes
Yes.
out there as well, and it goes within a mile?
Actually, Route 23, if you look up here, gets to Council Road and Reno. It's on the opposite, it'd be on the north side of Reno, so you'd have to cross Reno to get to the outlet mall, but then it goes north on Council before it doubles back to head east onto 23rd Street. So it does get you there. It is a frequent route in the sense that we do have more buses on 23 than any other route. Again, if you're coming from the north, it's quite likely that you would just ride your bus in, transfer to 23, and go that way rather than come all the way into the transit center. If you're on the south side of town, you don't really have that option. You'd go to the transit center. Or
Is there any way to slightly enhance that to get you to the property? I'm trying to think about walking across Reno. That's not
Yeah, well,
good prospect.
there's a couple of things that we talked about, is creating a bus stop on the north side, and there is a traffic light there.
Okay.
And we are looking, Transit does have money that if we need to put in a pedestrian crossing signal, that we can also augment the already existing traffic light. So we're looking to do that regardless, just because of the side of Street 23rd, or Route 23 is on.
Rick, you were talking about parking and rides. You've got a huge parking lot there in the old Lucent building, which is on the north side of Reno. You've got the outlet mall coming in. As you're going through there, I just encourage you to throw that out to the developer to see if he'd be open to allowing some spots in the outlet mall parking space. Talk with the owner of Lucent and see about the possibility of then advertising a parking ride from the southwest part of town coming to that Council and Reno location to pick people up.
Okay.
On the express route, what express route do we have now?
The only route that we're running that's considered an express is between Oklahoma City and Norman, and we share that with Norman. We run a couple of trips, and they run an extra trip or two back and forth, and essentially services the South Oval down on the OU campus, comes in through downtown Oklahoma City, continues up to the Health Science Center.
And then Edmond runs an express route.
Right.
Downtown Oklahoma City to Edmond.
And what's the ridership? Is it solid?
It's been consistently solid, particularly as more development has taken place at the Health Science Center. We get a lot of the folks who are coming from Norman up to the Health Science Center working area.
So the express route from Memorial and MacArthur, do you think it would have equal ridership to what
It would
we have
take
with
some
Edmond?
time to develop it, clearly. Again, we're reacting to where do people, when they call us and want to talk about parking rides, or why don't you have an express bus, it's that northwest corridor area. We'd want to do a little bit more research perhaps, but this was our best, based on the information that we have, that we kind of, again, identified that location of Memorial and MacArthur. If we're going to modify it at all, I think we're only off by maybe a mile in some direction.
Okay.
All right. Rick, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, again, we'll bring back the purchasing item at a future date, that presentation. I do want to spend just a couple minutes to talk about water, the system. Obviously, we've been in a significant heat situation. We've had some rationing on and off. I just want to recap a little bit what's going on. We got into, obviously, increased demand a few weeks ago. We had some pressure problems in the west part of Oklahoma City that Mr. Mackey is very familiar with. Water responded and put in some inline pumps and some additional pumps that helped get the pressure going, increase out in that area. We had problems getting the Overholser treatment plant online. Overholser is a 90-plus-year-old water treatment facility. We use it only for peaking in the summertime, and it's a bit cranky. It had little problems getting it up. When we started it up, we were ready to bring it up in May, but as we actually brought it online, we had turbidity problems. The water was cloudy, and it couldn't be put into the system. And so that took us a few weeks to work through that, and because of the increase of demand that we had and issues with Overholser, we did go to rationing for a period of time. We got Overholser up. The demand has stabilized within the system. We were in pretty good shape. We went off rationing. Then over the weekend, on late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, we had a break of a 60-inch water line out by Tinker Air Force Base. I really do give water a lot of credit. They took and got that line repaired, 16-inch line, in about 36 hours, which is really quite commendable of a line of that size. Got it done about 5 o'clock yesterday. The tanks are holding pretty good right now. The big concern yesterday was low water pressure in the North Lincoln area around the Capitol and OU Med Center. They were unable to run their air conditioning at time. We think we're past that at this point in time. We're able to produce adequate water within the system. We have the treatment capacity to meet the needs that are out there. But when you get into severe weather conditions, two things happen. Obviously, you're pumping the system harder. You're pumping at higher pressures, and that's a cause of water main breaks. The other thing that happens is the ground dries out. You have severe drying out of the ground, and there's been stories about, pavement heaving and that kind of stuff. Well, that also affects water lines from time to time, and so you've got a water line in the break. So we've had a lot of water lines break. Obviously, we have water main breaks every day of the year, regardless of the condition. Right now, we're averaging over 40 water main breaks a day. Most of them are small water main breaks. Obviously, the one over the weekend was a large water main break. Our system's in good shape. We can treat the water. Interestingly enough, we had a discussion at the Water Trust meeting last time. Mr. White and Mr. Ryan were there talking about overall per capita usage. And the fact of the matter is that per capita usage has increased over the last several decades until the last few years where it's peaked off and it's coming down now. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Obviously, people are more concerned about the environment at this point in time. Drip sprinkler systems, less water type of irrigations, water-saving toilets, water-saving washing machines, water-saving dishwashers all contribute to that. So, and that isn't just Oklahoma City. That's really nationwide. There's been really a trend for decades of per capita water usage increasing. Quite frankly, it's gone down a little bit. So we don't see the peaks that maybe we did just a few years ago, which is interesting because we've had growth in the system, but we're able to contain that. But from a local level, we're still going to have water main breaks, and during this heavy peakage time, we're going to have more. And I'm not going to tell you, as hard as we're running the plants and as hard as we're running the system, that there won't be another water main break or a system breakdown sometime over the next few months, although the system's holding together really, really well right now. The other issue that people have been talking about is the raw water issue. During this time of drought that we've got, what's the condition? Hefner's down 5.5 feet, almost 6 feet of water. Where's it going to go? What's it going to look like by the end of the year? Very valid concerns. Our water comes from two sources. It comes from the North Canadian River and Lake Canton, and it comes from the southeast, from Lake Atoka and McGee Creek Reservoir. The North Canadian River and Canton feed Hefner and Overholser. As of right now, Hefner is down about 5.8 feet, which isn't bad for this time of year. That's not so bad. We took a release from Canton right before Memorial Day. And so, as Memorial Day, we brought some water down, and Hefner was not quite full, but pretty full by the 1st of June, which served us well going into it. Hefner will continue to go down over the next several weeks. Canton, which helps feed both Overholser and Hefner, right now is at 4.5 feet down. That's not too bad for a bad reservoir like that. Theoretically, we have the ability to take that down 19 feet. And so there's a lot of water up there that could be released. We would not be good stewards of our resources if we took a release now or any time in the next few weeks when it's 100 degrees and the water banks or the river banks are fried, and because we would only probably capture, 35 to 50%, 50 would be high, but we wouldn't get 50, 35 to 45% of the water that comes down. When we took the release around Memorial Day, we captured, Marcia, 65 to 70% of the water that came down at that point in time, And that's a good release. So think about the difference of that between 35 and 70% amount of capture. That's a lot of water that could just be lost in the process. So with raw water on the Northwest, Canton's in pretty good shape, although Overholser and Hefner are down, not to real bad levels right now, but we anticipate them going down if we get no more rain, over the next several weeks. But we do have the ability to replenish those, obviously with rainfalls, or if we need to, sometime later in September, a release from Canton. Draper is down a lot. It's down 20-some feet and has been down for a while. But that's because we shut the pipeline down into Draper to do repairs for 18 months or whatever it was. We rehabbed the pump stations and shut the pumps out. No water gets into Draper unless we pump it in. Right now, Atoka is 3.5 feet from being full, and McGee Creek is a half foot from being full. So there's a lot of water down in the southeastern part of the state right now that we could refill, and we are filling. The pumps are working to bring Draper up. It's going to take a long time to bring Draper back up to its full level. And right now, about what we're bringing in is going through the plant, so we're not adding to it at this point. This fall, when things cool off and the demand drops, we'll be able to gain on Draper, and we'll have the ability to pump all winter long on that and to bring Draper back up. So overall, the system's doing pretty well right now. Our tank levels were pretty good this morning. Throughout the 100-degree plus days, we're able to keep up unless something happens. And during these times, things do happen. And from the raw water situation, from more the global approach, it's a concern. We are in a drought, but we're in pretty good shape at this point in time. But I do need to remind our citizens that water is a precious resource, and please use it wisely as we go forward. So that's a little bit. I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding water.
Have we set a new single-day peak this summer?
Not this summer.
Okay.
No.
So that goes along with your idea that the fact that per capita use is going down, which I think is a real positive. I agree with you.
Right. It really is good news going forward, as you continue to look at water demand in the future, that per capita usage is going down. Anybody else with comments on city manager reports? All right, we have citizens to be heard. We have a few people that have signed up to speak. We appreciate your patience. We will hope you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Our first is Barbara Shepard. Looks like we wore Barbara out.
Barbara's here.
Oh, here she is right here up front.
Good afternoon.
Good morning, or good afternoon. You're
Yeah,
correct.
whichever it is.
Barbara, we will need your name and address for the record, please.
Barbara Shepard, 3901 South Portland, apartment 123, 73119.
What would you like to say?
Well, about the need for sidewalks down Portland over there. Because here a couple of 3 months ago, there was a older gentleman trying to get across the street, and he got run over and killed, and after that, I'm afraid to go down Portland. Being in a wheelchair like I am right now, it's a little hard to get around, especially certain times of the day, and there's a need for sidewalks over there.
Jim, do you know if that's in the bond issue and the sidewalk enhancement program that we have in?
I don't offhand. I'd have to look into that and get back to you.
We have your contact information, and in 2008, we passed a bond issue that has over 400 miles of sidewalks that are coming over the next few years. I don't know if this particular corridor is part of that or not, but we can find out and give you a call. That would at least give you some hope, or at least know what's going to happen in that area.
All right, it would be very much appreciated, because myself, and I'm sure there's other people around that use wheelchairs that don't get around as well as I'd like to anymore, but that's just something that needs to be done, and sooner or later, somebody else, either myself or I'm trying to get across Portland, because I used to go right straight down the street, but I don't do that anymore. I go across at 39th Street and go over a block
Where are you typically trying to go, Barbara, when you're trying to go on the sidewalk?
There's a Family Dollar store. There's a lot of little places over in that area that I go to quite regularly.
Okay. I appreciate you coming down and letting us know.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Fanny Bates?
Hi, my name is Fanny Bates. I live at 701 Northeast 15th Street. I brought you a copy of Mother Earth News. As I've mentioned before, there are probably more than 50,000 older people like me in Oklahoma City who grew up on farms and who want a garden. We want chickens. We want to be as self-sustaining as we can be. And so I just thought reading this magazine would help you to see our point of view. Mother Earth News, we love that. I tried to find the public hearing. I had been told there was a public hearing on July 25th, and I wanted to go to talk to them about the problem we have regarding tornadoes here. As we all know, Oklahoma City is the tornado capital of the world, and the Oklahoma City Council does absolutely nothing to protect us till after we're hit. After we're hit, then they will try to find us. But before we're hit, nothing is being done. And I wanted to go to this hearing about this, so I Googled it because I'm pretty good on a computer, and I cannot find it. You do such a good job of hiding the public hearings from the public. It's just amazing to me. So I'm going to tell you what I was going to say to them. The public did not want this convention center. About 75% of us told you we didn't want the convention center, but you're doing it to us anyway. So if you would make it a tornado shelter, since it's going to be underground anyway, if you would make it a tornado shelter and make those wellness centers also tornado shelters and set up a system where people can be notified, like, okay, if there's a tornado in the vicinity, the National Weather Service would put out the alert, and these shelters would automatically open. You would have volunteers that would head there immediately. We would man the shelters. And people could look on their GPS and see the places would light up where the shelters were open, where they would know where they could go. Then the public could accept the fact that you're spending all this money on the convention center. Now, I feel a lot of people feel like that a lot of our tax money has been wasted, and I feel like that the money you're spending on the convention center is wasted. But, I mean, I just don't see how you can go on ignoring the needs of the citizens before the tornado actually strikes. I just don't see how you can keep on doing this. This city should be the model for the rest of the world about how you deal with tornadoes, because we have more tornadoes than any other city on the face of the planet. Thank you.
Valenthia Doolin.
Good afternoon. I'm Valenthia Doolin. I am a homeowner in the Willow Creek Estates neighborhood at 12112 Moritz Court in Oklahoma City. As a citizen of Oklahoma City, I have a great deal invested in the Bricktown Entertainment District, particularly considering the public funds that have been contributed to the district. And like Councilman from Ward 3, I want to visit the district. I want my children to visit the district, and I want us to be safe when we visit the district. The curfew ordinance is designed to keep my family safe, and I appreciate that. However, the enforcement of this order on Saturday, July the 15th, left my family and others feeling anything but safe and protected. Instead, we felt violated, harassed, and frightened at the hands of the Oklahoma City law enforcement officials. Furthermore, the enforcement of the ordinance on this evening failed to keep with the intent and/or spirit of the ordinance. Saturday, July 15th, I arrived in Bricktown precisely at 10:40 p.m. to pick up my children after an evening of fun with a group of friends. I found it nearly impossible to get to our designated pickup location on Reno because of the police vans and cars that line the street. I was immediately frantic, and I began calling and texting my children to receive no response. More frantic, I parked in the parking lot of the Harkins Theater, and I walked on foot in search of my children. Didn't find them. No response to my text messages, no response to my telephone calls. Finally, at 11:08 p.m., I receive a text message from my son's iPod that says I'm in a van and they tell me I'm going to CIC, the Community Intervention Center. I was very surprised by that, particularly considering that I have been in Bricktown since 10:40, 20 minutes before the curfew, to pick up my children. Nevertheless, I go to the CIC, and as I arrive there, I am more surprised because I'm joined by many more parents. I'm told by the CIC staff that there are more than 25 young people who have been delivered simultaneously for curfew violation from Bricktown. I'm also told by CIC staff that this is the place that I need to come because the police say to them that it is an order of the mayor and this city council that they do just what they did and that they do it repeatedly every weekend until, as they put it, Bricktown is cleaned up. Some of the young people who were picked up on Saturday, July the 15th, were simply waiting for their parents to bring the car. They'd been enjoying a movie together and told to wait until I get the car and come back. Others who were picked up saw their parents outside of the window of the van. Their parents asked the police officers, "I'm here at 10:45. Will you release my son off of the van?" And they were told, "No, you can pick him up at the Community Intervention Center." Other young people were actually in our city visiting, attending a family wedding, and they decided to visit Bricktown while their parents rested in a hotel nearby, and they were picked up and delivered to the CIC with no notification to their parents. The ordinance for curfew in Bricktown clearly states that it is targeting individuals who loiter, and not those leaving an event or an activity or going to meet their ride. Furthermore, the ordinance clearly states that 11 p.m. is the curfew, not one moment before. As I finally had my children from the Community Intervention Center at 5 a.m., after waiting from 11:45 p.m., they tell me that they pointed to my parked car because they could see me when I couldn't see them, and said to the police officers, "There's my mom and there's our ride right there." And we're told, "Too bad. She can pick you up at the CIC." They confiscated their cell phones, so we were not notified. I received formal notification other than my son's iPod, where my children were at 2 a.m. I watched and I waited as other parents ran to CIC frantic at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, having not known where their children were until that time. My children tell me that they were put in a van with no air conditioning, a non-running van, for 15 to 20 minutes before they were ticketed for a curfew violation, while they rounded up other young people to put on the van. They tell me that the police officer drove at rates of speed so fast and so reckless that they were thrown around in the van, and that they did not feel safe. I'm almost certain that this experience is not the intent of this council. I'm almost certain that our passing of the curfew for Bricktown was not intended to be enforced this way. Something has to be done to ensure that it never happens again. These young people were treated unfairly by the individuals for whom they are taught to expect protection. It is sad, and it is unacceptable. The behavior of the City of Oklahoma City Police Department on Saturday, July the 15th in Bricktown did nothing to achieve your number one priority that I read outside these doors to preserve and grow citizens' confidence and trust in city government. It did nothing to achieve the published priority to ensure citizen safety. Now, each of these young people, some of them who are here today, faces a blemish on their record for a violation that I'm convinced they did not commit, because I'm convinced that they actually picked them up 20 minutes before curfew violation. They face the prolonged emotional trauma of having been arrested, and if many of you have never been to the Community Intervention Center, you are arrested. You take off your clothes, you put on other clothes that they provide you, they take photographs of you, they do a complete intake, you are arrested. So don't be disillusioned about the process. It is jail. They face the stigma of having to deal with a future court date and court obligations that could be imposed. They signed a piece of paper that says that they will not leave the state, which some of them obviously have already violated because they didn't live in the state, and which my children will have to violate this week as they travel to a church convention in Florida. Their perception of the city of Oklahoma City and Bricktown is that they are not valued. If it is not the intention of the office of the mayor and the city council to make that the perception of young people in our city, then I urge you to investigate the enforcement of the Bricktown curfew Saturday, July the 15th. And I urge you to go further. I urge you to vacate the citations given from 10:40 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. because I do not believe that they were written in the true spirit of the curfew ordinance. I ask you also to specifically address police officer training as it relates to handling juveniles so that future enforcement does not leave some of our most valued citizens feeling otherwise. And I would very much appreciate a written response to my concerns presented today. They've also been presented to the City of Oklahoma City Police Department, to the Office of Juvenile Affairs, and the Youth Services of Oklahoma County for their part in administering the Community Intervention Center.
Thanks for coming down.
Thank you.
Let's get the police chief's response. Chief, you want to come forward?
First off, I want to appreciate Ms. Doolin's comments and her concerns. We feel like on some of the allegations, many of the allegations, some of her concerns probably hold some validity. We've started looking into the arrests on that Saturday night. We had somewhere around 20 or a little over 20 arrests of juveniles in the area. That area is covered at curfew time. We do warn a lot of underage kids about the curfew. It's been a tremendous problem, especially in that area, with kids just hanging out, really without having any reason to be there, like going to the movie and those types of things. And the Harkins Theater has worked closely with us to address some of those issues concerning pre-sale of tickets and those things. But Ms. Doolin is absolutely correct. The ordinance does provide for legitimate reasons for somebody that's underage to be out past 11 o'clock, whether they were picked up prior to 11 or picked up after. If they're attending a function, if they can show that they were attending the theater and were waiting for a ride to be picked up, the arrest of that juvenile would not be appropriate. There's a lot of allegations there beyond that. Obviously, if we feel like that the arrests on the curfew violation were inappropriate, we will work with the municipal councilor to have those tickets dismissed, make recommendations to dismiss those tickets. We've already dismissed 2 for that night. They were dismissed yesterday because of some of the concerns that Ms. Doolin has expressed already. So we are looking into it. We'll also work with youth services on the complaints that have been made against youth services. Obviously, they'll have to follow up on that, but we'll work with them to be able to provide a response to the complaining parties.
Right. Chief, can you provide a kind of a written response once you've had a time to look into this?
Oh, absolutely.
I think we'd all like more information. I'm specifically concerned about how long it took us to release them back to their parents.
Well, depending on their staffing at youth services, and we have a contract with them, there's a specific amount of time, and I can't remember the exact amount of time. It's been a while since I looked at that they have to contact somebody. Basically, they have to contact the parent, and the parent has to pick them up. I mean, it is a holding facility. It's not a long-stay jail per se, but it is a holding facility for juveniles for minor offenses that otherwise would not go to the Oklahoma Justice Center. But some of those allegations that were made as far as how they were treated, those types of things, some of the profanity that was used, obviously would be inappropriate, and we'll follow up on that to see what the extent of that is and provide you a single response to what occurred that night and some of the issues that allegations that have been made at this point.
Chief, the incident of the children being arrested, was that from a complaint from the theater?
No, that's proactive on our part. It's not, to make it clear, it's not a directive from council or from the mayor or anybody else. Nobody's made that. It is a proactive response from the police department to address the issues with a significant number of underage individuals in that area after curfew hours. They've addressed that for a variety of reasons, and one of it has to do with assaults that have occurred, allegations of misconduct, allegations of different crimes that have occurred after hours by juveniles in the area. In some cases, of individuals that are moving in groups, and so we have taken a proactive approach to addressing that, primarily around the Harkins area. But it's the police department's responsibility to make sure that they've done everything they can to identify whether or not a child after hours has a legitimate reason for being there. You know, if you have parents that are staying in a hotel in Bricktown and that child is out after hours, that's still a violation of curfew unless they're going to the movie or there's a legitimate reason for them to be out after hours, or if their parents with them. That still has to be addressed. So, you know, it's proactive on our part, and in most cases, out of hundreds of juveniles that we approach on that evening, we ask them to leave first. And we ask them to leave, that here's the curfew hour. If they don't leave, then in many cases they'll be arrested for the curfew violation and taken to the CIC. So if you have somebody whose parents are actually there, and, you know, it's something we have to look into. If a parent's actually there and a child says, well, they're here to pick me up, I was at the movie, and there's really no reason to take them to CIC. So those are the types of things we'll look into to make sure. And it is, I mean, as far as training goes, it is specific, training for the Bricktown area, because it is specific to the Bricktown area. Curfew is different outside that area, and it's specific directives from us and how to deal with that. And we do have to make sure that the officers are clear and understand what's expected of them. That is our responsibility.
All right. Chief, thank you. We have one other person that asked to speak. Peggy Hammonds.
My name is Peggy Hammonds. I live in the Landsberg Housing Addition. My address is 8809 Schilling Shore Court, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Saturday night, my daughter and her best friend were at the Bricktown Theater with my daughter's best friend's mother. After the movie was over, they went outside. The mother left my daughter and her best friend in front of the theater to go get the car. They were approached by a woman police officer and instructed them to hand her your cell phones and to get over there and get in that paddy wagon. 45 minutes later, the door opened to the paddy wagon, and they were told they were going to be taken to CIC for processing, where their parents would be contacted and they could be united with them ASAP. There were several police cars there and paddy wagons, just loading kids in to these cars before 11 o'clock. I am aware that there is a curfew. I agree with the curfew. My daughter and her friend were never once asked, were you there to see the movie, and do you have a ticket? They tried to explain to the police officers. They were told to shut up, be quiet. There were other parents there trying to pick up their kids, going up to and talking to their children. They wouldn't let them have them. I mean, it was just unbelievable. There's exceptions to this rule. Going to a sporting event, going to a movie, or being accompanied by a parent. My daughter and her child had 2 of those. They were never asked. Why were they arrested? If the Harkins Theater is going to sell tickets to minors after 9 p.m. without a parent present, is the Oklahoma City Police Department prepared to arrest every one of those kids when they come out of the theater? And if this case, shouldn't the public be notified? Is Harkins going to post something, a sign stating that they're going to be arrested if they sell tickets to a child without a parent? I mean, this should not have happened to my daughter. Her innocence was taken from her when she was subjected to an environment only nightmares are made of. She was treated like a common criminal down at CIC. I teach my daughter to respect authority figures like teachers, firemen, and police. You tell your daughter that the police are there to protect her. And what do I tell her now when it's the police doing the harm? The CIC staff used profanity, harsh language, called kids liars when they weren't given the answer that they wanted to hear from these kids. My husband and I arrived at the CIC before midnight. The staff there were horrible to us. I could hear my daughter and her friend just in the other room bawling. I said, my daughter is in there. She's 15 years old. Let me have her. Ma'am, there's a process, and I don't appreciate being called in at 11 o'clock on a Saturday night to process your kid. Well, get another job. You know, my kid shouldn't have been arrested. She didn't do anything wrong. I just shudder to think what a first-time visitor to this city would think if they visited Bricktown and that happened to them. I've lived in Oklahoma all my life. I love this state. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. I'm embarrassed by what happened down there. My daughter experienced something that I, at 49 years old, have never. And I can't give that back to her. She doesn't understand. She didn't do anything wrong. These police officers wouldn't listen. They were scared to death. They had no idea what they had done. They never told them. They sat in the paddy wagon for 45 minutes with no air conditioning, told not to talk. It was horrendous. I think there needs to be an inquiry. These police officers that did this raid, and we were all told that it was by you, Mr. Mayor, that you specifically told them to do this. I know you're saying that it didn't come from your office, but that's what everyone thinks, because that's what we were told. I believe that's what CIC people that work there told us, and that it was going to continue happening every weekend until they got rid of the riffraff. Well, is my daughter riffraff when she's there with her best friend's mother? I mean, I really would like an explanation and inquiry into these police officers that did this raid, on more training with youth and asking children that are there if they saw a movie or a sporting event, and if they didn't, then absolutely, they need to be removed. But not once did that happen in this incident. I think every one of the citations written Saturday night should be voided and no more voided with no further obligation. And that the staff at the CIC, they need to have some more training to be sensitive to these kids. And that all of us parents that had to deal with this, the CIC staff told us that they would process each child and not begin calling parents until 2 o'clock in the morning. If the mother that was there she had to beg the police officers down in front of the theater and Harkins employees to even tell her what happened to her kid, to the girls, because they were gone. She had no idea. We never were contacted after 2 o'clock ever. The girls got home at 6:30. They spent the whole night there in jail. And like the lady before me, it is jail. Thank you.
Well, as we heard the police chief say, we have asked for a written investigation, and we'll learn more, I'm sure, down the line. We have executive session. We'll be back.